This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon everybody. Welcome to Djuma Private Game Reserve here, where it's actually very much open sky today, sitting on a temperature of above 34 degrees, which is actually a temperature rise this afternoon. But, you know, that's going to actually make us wake around, shader, maybe watering hole, just to get what we're going to find for this afternoon. In the meantime, welcome aboard to your live safari through the African bush. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Djuma Private Game Reserve here, where we're actually sitting on a very much open sky, where we're not in a shade. This is actually how we're going to operate, but I think the ideal is to look around the watering hole, hoping for these animals they may come to drink about. My name's Andrew this afternoon, and then I have Davi on camera again. So this is how we're going to begin the drive here. The quarantine doesn't really provide much, just because of maybe there is no, well, it's actually above very much to the hill. So maybe the animals, they needed a shade. Pretty much they will be maybe around these watering hole. But then we're going to find out about that. So remember, everybody, we're coming to you live, and we'll really much love to hear from you. If you can send your questions and comments, you can use hashtag WildEarth on Twitter, as well as at FC on YouTube. And then if you are under the age of 18, you can still pop us an email on kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. But also simple way, if you go register on WildEarth website and then head over to live Safari page, and then you can start submit your question there. So we're going to carry on. So the plan is actually checking the watering hole. Lorraine, I know she's going to may check Gary Dam, and then myself, I'm going to go maybe Treehouse Dam that side. And then Mike and Pride Lands, they might actually also join us just to see what they're going to find for everybody. It's actually, I'm just not too sure. My aim actually is to search for a cat. We're now with this heat that has actually have rise up. Maybe we just need to wait until the sun go down a little bit, the temperature drop, and then we can find out from there. And let's quickly take a look at the weather.
Good afternoon, everyone. We have almost arrived at our destination. But before we get there, my name is Lauren. I do have BK on camera, and our destination for the next hour or so is shade. Andrew and I are both seeking the same thing today, and that is shade. It is unbelievably hot. It's summer temperatures. It's 2:30. So we're just going to sit in the most gorgeous piece of shade that the animals are not in, because they are also seeking shade, and literally just watch the worlds go by. Hello, Impala. All right, BK, let me see if I've got this right. Are you in the shade? Yeah. I don't feel like I'm in the shade. We may need to reposition in just a moment, but here is Gowrie Dam. I'm almost like a mobile dam cam. And happy Women's Day, everyone here in South Africa, where we celebrate the feminine. The feminine can't exist without the masculine, and the masculine cannot exist without the feminine. But today, we celebrate the woman. And I thought my theme for today's drive is going to be women in the animal kingdom. Okay, women's obviously not the right term, but females in the animal kingdom. Through all the different species. So, no matter what species we come across, I'm going to talk about the female role. I found another patch of shade, BK. It's a much better one. Sorry, everyone, it is just sweltering. It's not as humid as summer, but for winter, this is remarkable. So yes, that's my theme for today. Like Andrew, I would like to catch up with the cat or a hyena just because it's been a while. Benson, you're asking about elephants. Most animals out here will seek shade, generally, even reptiles. Even reptiles who are exothermic and they rely on the sun, they're solar powered, they will seek shade at some point. Most animals, like ourselves, we have that intrinsic sort of thermoregulation ability where we know when we're too hot. How is this, Beaks? Back or forward? Okay, we're getting there, guys, we're getting there. Just cannot be in the sun right now. Happy? Okay, so yes, elephants will seek shade at some point. They do have remarkable sort of thermoregulation properties to their body where they can flap their ears, and those ears are equipped to lose up to 75% of the heat from the body. So already they can lose heat, but in saying that, when it's hot, it's hot. And most animals will seek shade. They will also seek shade for the calves. The calves can really suffer from dehydration, and that's worrying, especially when you're a mother. And we all know elephants are all about their maternal instincts. It's all about being a mother. And they will have their own heat loss mechanisms, but generally speaking, you absolutely will find them in the shade. And I mean, 75% of heat loss from the ears alone is quite impressive. But they do also have long, wiry hairs, especially on the African elephants. And these are also believed to help cool the animal down. The hairs basically act as little heat conductors to draw the heat away from the body, not bring it to the body. And the sparse hair in African elephants, it's a little bit different from Asian elephants, are said to increase heat loss by up to 5%. And when there's a light breeze, can increase up to 23%. They are also extremely wrinkly. Elephants are wrinkly for a reason. And African elephants are far more wrinkly than Asian elephants. And this is because of their environment, unique specialization to the environment. And the wrinkles hold in water and moisture and muds, and it just helps keep them cooler for longer. I mean, they've even got wrinkles on their feet. They got wrinkly feet. They got wrinkles everywhere. And that's sort of the fundamental purpose of the wrinkles. Highly specialized keratinized channels. A network of channels are not random. They are there to assist in this huge animal lose heat. I'm not doing a very good job of losing heat, but this is the most perfect. We're just going to be on dam watch. We're going to wait and see what comes, what doesn't come. I'm obviously hoping elephants do come. But even if they don't, we're just going to be on dam watch. Do some birding. And just cool down. I'm sorry, Gwen, you're asking. Kenneth wants to know about female plants. Okay, we can do a little bit about plants later on, absolutely, while we sit here. If you wish to know about plants, we can absolutely do that too. As you know, trees and flowers also can sort of be sexed in a way, with organs that are said to be the female parts, the male parts, and even the likes of marullas. They're dioecious, which means they are not the same. You will, oh hello Hammerkop, you will have what you call the male marula, and you also have a female marula, and it's only the female marullas that actually sort of drop the marula fruits. So in summer it's very easy, you're like, aha, there's marula fruits. That's the female. But we can do, I'm going to focus mainly on animals today, but we absolutely can touch on plants. Okay, we are going to sit here, sit in the shade, and hopefully lots of animals come down to drink.
So here we come to the treehouse dam, which it looks empty for now. Maybe the bird may come around to take a drink, but for now there's nothing really much happening here. Where I believe animals are still probably under a shade, taking it easy. Where maybe when it's cool off a little bit, where it will be soon, so then they will start making their way out of the hiding. But I guarantee you that first things they may want to drink, which is those watering holes that would be used at that time. I don't know, I thought I saw some of a kingfisher went to the water and flew off the different directions. But we would have found out because we're still around here. So bird species, they would need a lot of water every now and then because they feed on a very dry material such as a grass seed. There we go, these are pied kingfisher that is actually hunting around here at the moment. So was actually pied kingfisher that actually hunting in this watering hole, but it's very difficult to be stationary. So it comes in and then dive into the water and then flew opposite way. We're just gonna hope it will do the same again. Birds, they feed on a very dry material such as the grass seed. For that, they would definitely, when in the hot like this, they would need water regularly. So this morning we drove in this area and there was some Again, you're asking whether the pied kingfishers are out here. So we saw one, and then only, I think it was twice, but very difficult to keep that up. They are very flighty bird.
It's a comment.
So pied kingfishers, you're asking whether they're common. So I know there are not a lot of them, but they're not really common. But we keep seeing them throughout the year. But we don't see many of them like the season of these woodland kingfishers. When summer arrives, then they go wild everywhere. But these pied kingfishers, they seems to be very much loose. And they sometimes you see one in one watering hole for a long time, maybe two, and then they participate on a very flowing river a lot of time. We're so happy to have one that is hanging around in this area. Michelle, you're asking with all birds float in water. Not all of them. Some of them they would actually need such as water, but on the edge they would do kind of like a bath, but they won't go far deep in. Some they're not actually a good swimmer for that reason, so they only just walk just in the edge of the water and they take that little bath and they move off. But many of these will float a lot of time. These Egyptian geese, and then osprey as well. Osprey, one of the eagle that specialize in hunting fishes out here, can do that. But they only do that when they're trying to get our fish out of the water. So everybody, just stick around here, see what else will be coming to the watering hole. In the meantime, let's go across to Mike, who would like to say hello to everybody.
It is a very, very windy and incredibly warm late winter's afternoon here. We're just at Leopard Dam. As you can see, the ripples on the water, very, very aggressive. Even though the water level is very low, the wind is really pounding through here. It's a really, really hopeful afternoon. Hi everyone, my name is Mike Anderson and behind the camera is Gert, and this is Eco Training's Pridelands Conservancy, where we've come here this afternoon because of the wind. We thought we'd better stay somewhere which has got a raised area, fairly safe for us to walk around. And what we found as we arrived here is a really cool drag mark. I don't know if I'll step my shadow just out the way here. All over here there was elephant dung that's been moved and pushed. And we walked and followed it. And here, right where we normally stand and do our segments from the dam, we found blood. This is dried blood, probably from yesterday. The reason I think it's not too old, the blood itself is dry, but this here is a little piece of what looks like intestine from whatever animal was killed and dragged here. It's still soft on the inside, very hard on the outside, but soft on the inside, so it's not very, very old. And something like this is actually still quite interesting, maybe to a hyena or some other animal. So maybe there'll be something that turns up tonight or tomorrow to try and pick this thing up. But it's very interesting, and I don't know what caused this. We've seen hyena tracks here. We haven't seen the animals itself, and it's very windy, so we can't actually follow them into some of these thickets. I mean, if you look over to my left, there's a big thicket drainage line where, this animal was probably dragged to, whatever was killed. But we'll scout around here. We can't really go into these thick things with this wind. We wouldn't really be able to hear or see an animal that might be hiding there. If it gives us some warnings, we'll be too distracted and the wind will be too strong. But in any case, I mean, this is as good as any a place to hang out for the afternoon and see what might arrive. What we'll do is we will walk along this dam wall to see where this drag mark goes. But we shan't go too far. But let's send you off to another dam while we figure out what to do here.
We are having the most incredible sighting of an African harrier hawk. It literally just scratched his head in the air. Did you see that, Feeks? I have never seen that before, guys. And BK is doing 10 out of 10, no, 11 out of 10 job here. Because we rarely see them in flight. We see them clinging on branches or clinging on trunks, sitting on the ground. But this, it literally just brought its leg up and scratched his head. It obviously had a scratch, but mid-air. Ah! It just did it again. BK, incredible work, my friend. Just looks so wonderful on this hot day. Just looking at this bird soar. I'm so jealous. Alpha, you're saying it's very impressive. Nice camera work. Beaks. He said thank you. He's concentrating very, very hard. I remember I went on camera once at Christmas time for fun. We swapped the presenter and a camo, and it's very difficult. You've got to have really good hand-eye coordination. And even from a distance, you're seeing it very, very close, but for me, for example, it's very far away, but immediately you can pretty much tell it's an African harrier hawk just from the wings and the tail. The wings are very, very different from the likes of vultures, battle ears, even the tawnies. They have a completely different body outline, even when up in the air, when flying, that you know immediately it's an African harrier hawk. Wow. Look at his little legs just dangling, soaring solely with the feathers. Jason, African harrier hawks are not really known to hunt mid-air like some of the other sort of birds of prey. African harrier hawks are really specialised in taking eggs from nests within the trees. That's sort of their specialisation. And they'll also swoop down, and using their talons, they will pick up small reptiles, small mammals. That's sort of their unique specialisation. They're actually a lot smaller than the likes of a battle ear or tawny eagle, even a Wahlberg's eagle. So they're not going to want to sort of get involved in mid-air hunts, if that makes sense. They really do specialise in eggs. They'll raid nests, especially the waxbill, heron eggs. They'll also cling onto the bark of trees and put almost their entire body, or at least half of it, into the hole to raid a nest. That's what they are known for. I knew sitting by a water hole today was a good idea. And just like the battle ear, the immature bird looks completely different. I didn't catch that name, I'm afraid, but the sexies are very alike, and I actually couldn't tell them apart. I'm afraid they're not like battle ears, where they have that sort of physical difference. You can see male and female battlers, it's not like that. You can tell the difference in the age groups. I just touched on the immature harrier hawks looking very, very different, but you can't tell between the sexes. The sexes are very similar. I think you would need to sort of actually hold one and have a closer look. The immature birds are just brown, a very drab brown, like Batilda was. And as they start to get a little bit older, they obviously still have the same body shape and the same sort of feather arrangement, but as they get a little bit older, they do start to develop lighter feathers, but they're still brown. It takes a while for them to get the full adult plumage. Do you know, I can barely even see that with my naked eye. I do not know how you're doing this, BK. A tiny little speck up in the sky there. Wow, that was such a great sighting. I'm going to continue to sit here, and hopefully there are many more great sightings to come.
The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, encourages people to care for the earth. Through innovative projects, they aim to reverse the serious issues that we face in the world today. One of these projects is Green Coast, a proudly South African award for sensitive and well-managed coastal sites. This sustainability project protects our national coastlines while providing unemployed youth with a love for their environment and a hope for the future. WESA is a membership and volunteer-supported organisation. Every supporter is helping to change the only earth we have. Visit our website to see how you can help care for our earth.
It's day one of the annual South African Guide of the Year competition, and our first foot into this competition this morning is all about tracks and signs.
We're going to call you in one at a time. Just look at it, the information will be there.
Our 5 guides have been tasked by the judges at figuring out who is what is who, and where they go in the bush.
Either Franklin or guinea fowl, but because of the volume of other deposits in the area, we went with guinea fowl.
Detailing the surrounding that you need to look out for tracks. The details is very important.
Something very, very interesting. I didn't plan this, but this is a scene rarely seen. This is what we call a journey of giraffe. So beautiful.
Tune into WildEarth every single day. It's in your nature.
So we're gonna move on, check living treehouse dam for now, but we're probably gonna come back because, you know, we're gonna search for another watering hole back on the east here that we think maybe would provide a little of activity there. And this heat would be far too much for even want to participate on moving around quite a lot. Oh, there's water. Look at water. You can see how actually they're trying to stay away from movement around watering all these animals. So we got a warthog, but very blending in there, hardly to even. So everybody, let's just, our warthog is gone. In the meantime, let's go across to Mike, who is always on a watering holiday.
As you can see, we have found a giraffe. Sorry everyone, I was just having a quick drink, it's very dusty. We found a giraffe and just snorted at us, which is quite unusual for a giraffe. I think it's just very dusty, so I was having a drink. It's trying to clear its nostrils. It's busy eating from what's probably a leadwood, and now moving around us. It probably wants to get to the water. Giraffe are fairly water dependent. On pride lands, we see them mostly close to the water holes. There's drongo following behind it there, trying to catch any insects that get disturbed. But now it's using its amazing camouflage. Look at that. Even though we see it, imagine if we weren't watching this giraffe and we're just driving past or walking past, we might miss it completely standing in the shade like that, which is great. So we were still following the drag mark a little bit away from the dam, not far. As I said, it's very windy and we want to keep as safe as possible, so we need to stay where we can see danger approaching. It's always nice to see animals, though, like giraffes, coming to us when we're not moving too far. Now it's feeding from a knobthorn, just one of their favorites. Chase, giraffes are fairly heat tolerant. I mean, you can find them in the middle of the desert, not the middle of the desert, not the Sahara, but I mean, you can find them in parts of the Namib, you can find them in the Kalahari, you can find them basically almost anywhere. They're very well adapted with that long neck, long tongue that comes out frequently. They've got big ears, you know, and a large body, large surface area to wick the heat away in a nice wind, especially if they stand in the shade like that. But they do need to regulate their temperature. That's why they have to drink water fairly frequently. And this one is using its full length, look at that, to reach up into this knobthorn. That's interesting. I can't tell if it's a male or a female. I didn't really look. But what it's doing is quite typical of males. Reaching up like that with their head is usually what males do. But I don't think this is a male. I think this is actually a female. The horns look slender and it looks like it's furry on top, like velvet. Yeah, that's interesting. No, Gabby. Gabby, giraffes are very temporary in this association. This giraffe is alone right now, but she will join with other giraffes, let's say at a waterhole, or maybe even over a few days if there's good feeding in the area. And a male giraffe might join up with other males when they want to spar for females, or again, if there's good resources in the area, but they generally don't, travel together in a group for long periods. They don't associate like a family. And I think it's because they're so large. They don't really need the protection of a herd. And also they can see a long, long distance. So maybe there are other giraffes in the area, and it is able to see them and communicate with those white ears like flags moving behind its neck. There's a little bit of white behind the ears as well. Watch this giraffe as it eats. It's very ginger in the way it moves its lips, just gently plucking these small leaves from these branches that are covered in wicked sharp thorns. It's very interesting to watch. I've got a number of different adaptations which help it to feed on the trees that it does. And while we watch this giraffe figure out where this drag mark went, we will send you over to Lauren, who's still sitting at a waterhole. Let's see what she's got.
Oh, so peaceful sitting here at the dam. There's a gentle breeze coming through now, which is wonderful. And just before we really dive into female animals and female plants and all sorts of things, natural selection is the term that's used to describe the process by which species change genetically. to become increasingly fitted to their environments. Remember, nothing in nature is static. Nothing at all. Even when you think it is, it's not. So there always has to be adaptations, even with humans. So species are constantly adapting, and genetically that will filter through over time. And that's what natural selection means. And it came from Charles Darwin. Oh, Beaks, look what we have here. Huh. Mike had one, and I believe Lauren and BK have also found a giraffe. Are you going to come for a drink? As we watch this giraffe, I'll just wrap. It came from Charles Darwin in The Origin of Species. And this was where Darwin sort of really thought about all challenges, if you like. But the one challenge that was puzzling was the difference between males and females. And I'm not just talking about genitalia, I'm talking about everything. Hormones, physique. Some animals, the males have horns, the females don't. Some animals, the males have special manes, the females don't. And that's a big... How does that work? If natural selection's at play, why is there such a big difference between male and female animals, other than the genitalia? Let's forget about that part. And at the end of the day, after sort of, I imagine Charles Darwin studied it very hard, he realized that there's something else at play. And it's not just natural selection, sexual selection. And it's driving the sexes for different things, because within the animal kingdom, not across the board, I'm going to get into that a little bit later, but mating is really, really crucial for sexual reproduction, not asexual. Asexual is obviously a little bit different, but the characteristics of the sexes has to be different. So even though natural sexual selection is always at play, with the species adapting, constantly adapting, sexual selection is also at play as well. You've always got to remember that when you're looking at an animal. There's a lot of blurred lines in the animal kingdoms, especially when you come across the likes of hermaphrodites. There's many in the animal kingdom, okay, maybe not necessarily on land, but they're not uncommon. You've got to think about the sole driver in the species between the males and females. What is driving that female of the species? What is driving the male of another species, and why they do what they do? Across the board, it's mostly females are driven to protect their offspring. Even if that means you're a crocodile and you carry the hatchlings in your mouth to deliver them to the water. Okay, it's not the highest level of maternal care in the world, but it's all that crocodile is able to do. It's still maternal care. It's still the female doing what she has to do to protect her offspring. I think this is a boy here. I can barely see from this distance. He's quite far away. And a lot of people ask us, how do you tell the difference really? It's very obvious. You don't need to look at the ossicones. It's very, very obvious in giraffes. Genitalia and size. The males are so much bigger than the females. Really, it's difficult to imagine when you see them separately. I think Mike was talking about the fact that they're quite normally on their own. But when you see a male and female stand next to each other, it's immediately visible. Ah, she's tiny compared to him. The infinite June bug. I hope I got that right. Apparently I didn't get it right, but Gwen is not spelling, so we're going to roll with it. You have a new name. You love giraffes. You're saying they always seem so just peaceful and grand, and they do. And it's such wonderful animals to come across, especially if you've never seen one before in the wild. I mean, everyone knows they're big. Yes, they're tall, but it's only until they're towering above you that you realize, wow, that animal is really big. But I have to say, one of my most disturbing sightings actually was at Tswalu. And it was two male giraffes fighting, and it wasn't play, and it wasn't testing each other out. It was a real fight, and it was really disturbing. One of them was really severely wounded where the ossicones had gone into his chest. There was blood everywhere, but that wasn't the most disturbing element. It was the sound. The sound of them clubbing each other. Oh, it was really, really disturbing. I'll never, ever forget that sighting, and it was two male giraffes. Ah, the infamous June bug. I got it. June bug. Oh, I love that. That was little Novella's name before she became Novella. She was June bug. Okay, it's getting a little bit cooler, but we are still going to sit by Gowrie Dam a little bit longer. We're sitting by one of our main water bodies, watching this giraffe just thoroughly enjoy lunch. I mean, look, the leaves look so green. You're not even having to bend down to eat them, are you? They're at eye level. And we're quite far away, which means this giraffe's very relaxed. But we are at a water body, it's hot, it's sunny, and sometimes when you just sit here, you can hear all the calls of the birds around. Sometimes you can even hear alarm calls. So let's just sit here for a moment or two, enjoy watching the giraffe, and listen to the sounds of the bush. Here we go, he's doing a drink. I absolutely love seeing giraffes drink because it's such a challenge for them. He's going to spread his legs and bend over. Ah, this is so lovely.
So, everybody, we have actually found another small watering hole, but it's actually looking at the size of this watering hole like this, and you can easily tell this is actually naturally made by animals. So a lot of watering hole that we actually drove past, or treehouse dam that we were at not long time ago, you can also easily see that it's a man-made. They compress soil. This is how they want water to be actually stuck there for maybe a whole year, the winter season. But amazing with this one, which you actually create by all different animals, such as an elephant, the buffalo, rhinos, those are warthogs. And these are the ones that actually finally create a watering hole. So everybody, in the meantime, let's go across to the mic with this giraffe, which is actually making its way finally into the water.
So as you see, we came around the dam. That's where that giraffe is standing. That's where we were basically 10 minutes ago when we last saw you, when you last saw us. And, oh wow, she's going to drink. We weren't sure she would drink with us standing on the other side of the dam, but seems like she's not bothered. Oh, she's a bit nervous though. She keeps looking over in that direction. Now that's the direction the drag mark went in. We couldn't really find the drag mark anymore. It seemed to be damaged by the wind or by vehicles driving or what, I'm not sure. But it might be the wind is blowing strongly from that direction and shows there might be some scent on the wind, maybe of a lion, if that's what killed whatever it was. And she's acting nervous. We know that Lagatha, we think it's Lagatha the lioness, was here a few days ago, maybe even yesterday. So it's maybe what this giraffe is nervous about. Let's see, she's going to try again. They're down like that, they're very vulnerable. This is an adult female giraffe. It's unlikely that even a lioness would really try and attack one, but alone anyway, but it's possible. Just a sip, then up again. She really wants to drink, but is too nervous. It's strange that she would drink so close to those thickets. If that's where the wind is coming from, I think she'd move a little bit away from it. We've got the sun directly behind us and we're standing in some shade. So I very much doubt that she can see us if we stand still. The wind is blowing maybe a bit, so maybe our voices carry to her slightly. Well, she's going to try from somewhere else. Erica, as far... You know what, I've never actually... Let me think about this. Erica, I think they suck the water into their throat. I don't think they lap it up. Their tongue is just kind of long and a weird shape. I don't think it's really going to work lapping. No, I'm almost certain that it sucks it up. Using those very strong muscles in their throat. I think they're called peristaltic muscles, the muscles that help to draw the food down into the belly or the water up into its belly. Let's see, she's going to try again. The water is very, very shallow. It's basically just a thin layer of water above the silt and mud here. So it also might be quite slippery. That might be another reason why this giraffe is a little nervous. Perhaps worried about slipping. Oh, and the wind has shifted slightly. You can see in the ripples in the water. The wind now blows directly from us to this giraffe. Yeah, let's see, she'll try again. Look at that, yes, sucking that water up. Oh, just a couple of gulps. That's a big animal. It needs to drink a significant amount of water. How much does a giraffe weigh? Let me think about this, maybe over 1,000 kilos for a decent-sized giraffe. So they're probably going to want to drink, at least 50 liters of water a day. Oh yeah, now she's really quenching that thirst. Sucking in huge gulpfuls of water. And you see the giraffes flick their head when they stand up. I don't know if you noticed that. That's quite an interesting thing I learned recently, or I was told recently, is that their neck stands upright normally. That's why they're able to sleep or snooze with their neck upright. And so to pull the neck and head down like that, they're actually going against their tendons. It's like when you stretch your hand to its full stretch, and then when you let it go, it sort of flicks back. That's what she's doing. When her head flicks up like that, it's basically the tendon snapping back, pulling the head back into position. I hope you can hear me. The wind is really swirling and pushing through here. That's why she's so nervous. Just glance around ourselves every now and again. The last time I walked to this waterhole, or one of the last times, the lioness was right here, almost where we are standing now. There's nothing here at the moment, except a little pied kingfisher. And we're going to send you over to Andrew, who's also at a waterhole, enjoying the scene.
Thank you very much, Mike. So our watering hole, since it's so small, is nothing, doesn't actually provide much. But it was actually a very interesting fact about how these little pond like this came about until it's like this, what it is today, where we're looking at the size and then we're looking at the water that it's got right now. So this is the amount of water during the rain we had the last summer. And then throughout the winter, it's amazing with such a small watering hole like this, it still hold amount of water for animals. Any animal will love to drink this watering hole, even though it's not really, really fresh. But elephants, they would drink this. So, in this reserve, there is no such big watering hole that is a natural. So many are still very small. The only reason is that because depending on how old the reserve, how many times the animal will visit into that area to drink, also to play with these waters, such as an elephant, they carry so much mud after the mud bath, and then this amount of mud bath they do, and then always move away with the very dirty, and the dam itself, like this, it's been excavated that way over the years. Eventually, it becomes very much deeper enough. So we may say now, from now on, maybe in the next 50 years, none of us, maybe we may actually be around, but then it's going to be very much decent watering hole. And this one very much here, it's been here over the years, started from very small to a medium, but now it's actually getting there slowly. Once water stuck throughout the winter, then we know it may, maybe next time, be enough watering hole for the rest of the animals to come and drink. And that it helps because Sabi Sense itself, there's a big river up in the south, Sand River, and there's only exist a big river that we rely or then animals rely on, but we cannot all rely on that all these years. That's why, man-made, dams that actually it's provided within a reserve. It helps so much that animals don't have to travel all the way back into the river. Otherwise, part of the other section, it won't be much animals because then they would shift into much water station. Can an animal would?
Can they sense if the water's contaminated?
So you're asking with the animal's sense whether water contaminated. So a lot of time animals they don't really mind about drinking water so bad, and then they can drink any water around here, even very, very dirty, muddy water when they need, they can still drink that. So they actually cannot sense that, which means they can still drink water which is poisoned for in case, and then they still die without knowing what kills them. So that's then difference when they feed on land, feeding on all different various that they were able to tell which food they need to take, which not. It's not actually easy for them.
The Endangered Wildlife Trust fights at the forefront of conservation, across the vast Karoo and sweeping grasslands, in remote pockets of forest, along road networks, across African skies, and in communities to conserve our wildlife and wild spaces. Help us to protect forever, together. Donate now at ewt.org.za.
And I turned to Shaw and I saw that she had this panicked look on her face. Either she was afraid that something had happened or she was afraid that she was going to miss out on something. But instead of her missing out on those lions, we drove up next to them and I switched off the car so that she could hear what was going on. Now, these lions had killed a kudu, and she could hear these two cubs, both 8 months old at the time, busy pushing and shoving each other out the way to get to the best parts of the meat. And the mom was lying just to the side in the shade. Now, I'd known that before losing her sight, Sean probably knew what a lion looked like. But I really wanted her to know what this lion looked like. So for the first time in my guiding career, I started to describe to someone what a lion looked like. And I found that, I started to notice things in that lion that I'd never seen before.
This is a battle of two great carnivores of the African wilderness. Whew. Whoa! You don't want to be under those jaws. Definitely, this round goes to the lion. Look at that. Fantastic.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
I got into wildlife filmmaking because of a passion for nature and a notion that I could make a difference. Helping others fall in love with nature brings meaning to what I do. It's also a lot of fun. A couple of times per week, we receive some very heartfelt messages from viewers telling us about how WildEarth has made a difference in their life, whether it's helped them through a difficult period or simply helped them to reconnect with nature. I think that's why we do what we do.
We're still at Kalahari Dam, just watching I haven't done this in a while, where you just sit and just see what comes by. Sometimes it's everything, sometimes it's nothing. Just watching the impala, they get so nervous when they come to drink. You see, that's some females with a male, from what I can see from here. I just wanted to give you a really interesting example that I've been reading about recently of females in the animal kingdom that just gets us out the mindset of mammals, because we are mammals, we relate to that. But think about other types of animals, even those animals that are sort of really, really foreign to us. And there's actually a little wasp that injects its eggs, her eggs into the white fly aphid. And these eggs grow into new wasps by eating the white fly from the inside out. And I know it's actually quite distressing to think about, but it's true. She sacrifices everything, jumping on an aphid, laying her eggs inside, and that's what she needs to do for her offspring to survive. And if she sort of pokes her tail into one white fly and discovers that this aphid is actually already occupied, another female has got there before her, and there's eggs inside this aphid, or even just a young wasp that's starting to develop and eat the aphid, then what she does is almost bordering on intelligence. She actually understands that this aphid is already taken, but she's got her tail in there, she's injected, so she actually withholds sperm from the eggs. She's already got them separate inside of her. She withholds the sperm and actually lays the egg. She lays an unfertilized egg inside the wasp larvae that's already inside this white fly. And it's a peculiarity of wasps and ants that if they lay an unfertilized egg, it actually develops into a male, whereas all fertilized eggs develop into females. So what she's done is essentially, she still needs to lay her egg. She's still got to sort of do the best thing. Oh, hello, heron. For her offspring. And in her species, the wasps are small, the males, and the females are much larger. So she made that decision, okay, my eggs will still survive, but they're not going to get enough food because there's already other wasps in this aphid. So they will survive, but they're not going to be able to eat the entire whitefly. And therefore, I'm going to withhold the sperm, lay unfertilized eggs. They're going to still hatch. They're going to still, look at that impala checking out the heron. They're going to still hatch, but they're just going to be males, which means they're much smaller, and therefore they don't require as much food, but they're still going to be my offspring. Isn't that incredible? She makes a decision upon that knowledge of knowing that that whitefly aphid is already occupied by another egg or another young larvae of the wasp. And she then makes that decision to fertilize the eggs and lay it, or keep the sperm separate and lay an unfertilized egg so it turns into a male. It's only the fertilized eggs that turn into female. So females across the board in the animal kingdom are just unbelievable, really. Even impala. Think what they go through. They have to put up with the males going through that whole rutting season. They get sheepdog herded around. They know that they're the perfect prey for the predators, and yet they still successfully raise their lambs. They've evolved with the herd life. Be it a little bit selfish, it's still the herd life. Joanne, generally, males are, but not all. Not all at all. If you think about my favourite animal, which I rarely get to see these days, unfortunately, but that is the spotted hyena. And spotted hyenas are a great example of mammals where the females are bigger. And really, to be honest with you, not just by a little bit, by quite a big bit. The females are much larger, and obviously their genitalia is a little bit confusing, so if you just look at an adult male and an adult female, you can tell the difference just in size. Females are more muscular, they're taller, they're just bigger all around. And so are duikers. In duikers, the females are larger than the males. So it's unusual, yes, in mammals. When you sort of start to go out of the mammal world, it does become a lot more complicated, especially in birds. But in mammals, you do have some species where the females are larger. And then when you want to ask that good old question, why, you've got to dig a little bit deeper into their biology, their social structure. Why would that be? Oh, there's some impala. Oh, all the impala are coming to drink here. How lovely. Safety in numbers. But really, I'm just hoping that it's you that's going to get taken by the predator and not me. And if you think about females again, at the end of the day, eggs are huge. If you think about eggs, they're huge and packed full of nutrients, which makes them more costly to produce. Whereas, by contrast, sperm is very small and can be produced in the millions, so it is less costly at the end of the day. So females and males do have different requirements. Did you catch that name, Beeks? I didn't catch that name, but you're asking basically about hermaphrodites in the mammal world. Obviously, it's possible in some humans, but that's a genetic issue. Hermaphrodites are quite common across the animal kingdom, but not within mammals. Now, if you think about the African land snail, that's a hermaphrodite. And it's amazing. They have both sets of genitalia. And there's also different types of hermaphrodites. It's not sort of the same across the board. It's driven differently in different species, and you will find the highest number of hermaphrodites in the ocean. Pleasant Place. Sorry, I did miss that name, but it's Pleasant Place. And sometimes you'll get a male It's a male and it's got male genitalia, but halfway through its life it will go through hormonal changes and then it will turn into a female. The genitalia will change. Then you get the hermaphrodites, where you actually have both sex organs when you're a young animal, and it stays like that through the rest of your life. It's either simultaneous or sequentious. And if you think about if you think about Finding Nemo, that movie, Pixar were very naughty. They got a lot of inaccuracies in that movie. But the clownfish, the anemone fish, all start off their life when the female lays eggs on the anemone. Every single one of those eggs, without fail, will turn into a male. They will all be male. So whenever you see a juvenile clownfish, they are all male. And they live in a society where only one female, the largest of them all, sits sort of at the top of that society, that group of fish. And when she dies, what happens is it takes on, that's almost like an environmental cue that triggers a biological cue in the next largest male. Has to be the largest. And that next largest male will then transform into a female and will become the new female of the group. And then if she dies, the same just keeps on happening. So when Nemo's mum died in the movie due to that awful barracuda, technically Nemo's dad, if it was biologically accurate, sorry Pixar, should have turned into a female. But I guess that's a little bit complicated for kids, so I understand. But that's a hermaphrodite. It's not simultaneous, though. And going back to that fact that eggs are costly and sperm is not. So when you get flatworms, if you've never seen a flatworm, you should Google it. Google the Spanish dancer. So beautiful. And they're hermaphrodites, but they are simultaneous. So every flatworm has both male and female parts. And when they meet another flatworm, they've got to decide who's going to take on what role. And believe it or not, everyone really wants to be the male. It's cheaper and it's easier. You just deliver sperm. You don't have to carry the eggs. So they actually have a war and they fight with their genitalia. Not to be vulgar, but it is called penis fencing. And whoever wins will be the male and whoever loses will be the female. And it's just baffling. The animal kingdom is truly incredible. So on that note, BK's eyes are huge right now. BK and I are going to leave Gowrie Dam, keep bumbling and see what else we can find.
So the animal kingdom certainly is incredible, fascinating and beautiful, but it's also quite harsh at times. What we're looking at here is some goslings, not Ryan Goslings, goose goslings. Sorry, we're just talking about Ryan Gosling, that's a weird one. In any case, these little goslings here are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I think 7 that we can see, and they were 9 to begin with 3 weeks ago when they were first hatched. And now only 7 survive, which is actually a pretty good success rate so far for these two Egyptian goose parents who aggressively defend them against anything that comes along. Even when we walked close to the dam, they started squawking and making all sorts of noise, so we moved away. But these little ones have to stay close to their parents. They're very, very vulnerable at this stage. They can't swim very fast. They certainly can't fly. They can't walk on land they're basically just useless, to be honest. There's not much they can do except stay alive. Right now they are foraging. What's nice is that they can eat for themselves. So at least the parents don't need to feed them. They're capable of foraging for themselves, but they have to be careful not to forage too far from the parents. Anything could come and scoop them up, from wildcats, genets along the bank, snakes, even a terrapin could catch a gosling. Eagles, of course, can become quite a nuisance. Look at those 3 striking off on their own through the middle of the dam, heading towards the other parent. It's a risky maneuver, but they're doing pretty good. The wind is helping them along. And they're eating a variety of different things, from algae to small invertebrates. Cassie, they'll usually sleep on the bank close to the parents. So, I mean, that little Tambuti island in the middle of the water is a pretty good place for them to clamber atop during the night. But any of the banks will do, and they'll lie down in between the two parents. The parents will stand guard, one will watch whilst the other naps, and so on and so forth. If there's any danger, the parents will start making a lot of noise. The youngsters will run back to the water and hopefully survive that way. It's a good question, though. In fact, what is that on the bank there? There's 8 of them. One of them is just like on his own, way far away from the rest. Look at that. Wait, is that an Egyptian goose? It is an Egyptian goose. Oh my goodness. There's one that was just by itself. Gert was saying earlier there's one who likes to mission on its own. And there it is on the bank. It's significantly larger than the other ones. Must have been one of the first ones to hatch. Okay. So the success rate is improving. They've gained 1 chick in the last 5 minutes, which is great. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They've lost one again. Oh no, I found them. There's all 8. So that's actually pretty good. In 3 weeks, for them to still have 8 out of 9 chicks is pretty spectacular. The wind's still pumping. The air is still hot, and the geese are still happy. So let's just wait around here. See what else might turn up.
So we're back on the move. We saw a little bit of looks like a female leopard track, but doesn't look like a fresh. The cars that have been actually driving around in this area, maybe this afternoon. So I'm gonna try and find out, and then if this track is actually fresh at all or not. But if it's maybe midday or so, maybe there's a leopard coming to the area. We found out that.
How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Am I driving all over your truck?
Actually, there's another car. Looks like it drove on top. So, but the track came out of the Ingwe, so that side. So I'm gonna check the drainage line. So you can, if you see nothing, you can follow up. Don't worry. So, okay. Thank you very much.
Good luck, guys.
Good luck to you too. Oops. Are you okay? Okay, so Lawrence is just going to look on this other side. We're gonna help each other. If this track is from this, during the midday, then we're definitely gonna find out soon. Quite harder to see clearly because it's very dry. Some other part is very dry, so we're just gonna try our best. So that leopard track that we got here looks like a female, but it's very difficult to see exactly because the cars have driven this road. Whether they missed track this morning and they drove on top of it, but it looks like pretty much last night or so, and I'm not sure who was working in the area. So we're gonna try find this track and then check few of the shadow here. because in that very much of a heat, if there happens a leopard around here, it's just flat for now, and then until later on it will come out. This is when they would just hunt, unless if maybe she got a kill, which she may stay there in that kill until it's actually finished, or by the time she head into the water. So Gari Dam is not far from here. So Greg, you're asking who were the leopard, the last leopard I saw. So I just came in. I think during this drive for the last couple of days, I haven't seen any leopard. So that's why I really want to see one. I came back here and then work for a few days. And then if I remember, there was a leopard that we saw. Whether it was a Tandy or I can't remember, yeah, but it's actually been a while then since I've seen a leopard. So that's why I'm really desperately looking forward to find one. For you asking, does it ever rain during the winter month? No, we don't actually receive rain during the winter month. So they only during the summer, which we're heading in the month of a rain, anything from November. This is where, if we ever have a early start of the rain, beginning of November, then it's going to be pouring slightly from there. So the whole winter stay dry. We're lucky, then we may have a drizzle. Anything from this month and then September there. But it's going to be probably all about getting everything that is down due to the winter. These leaves, dry grasses, to be a compost once it's wet. So it's not going to be a decent rain then. So I totally lost this track. Maybe there's a drainage line on our eastern side. Leopards are very sneaky, I can tell you for sure. They don't really come out. They only come out when they have to. But when they're in a thicket, they're harder to come out. Damn, look at this bird. Oh. So, yeah. Looks like one of these water thickney. These birds, they're always around the watering hole, mainly, but also in the open. And due to these very hot, you see how they're well hidden in there. So that's why when we look for the animals during the hot, you don't find them, because then they feel also hot, just like we do. So there are also a water bird, but being part of the water bird does not actually apply. They would also be out far from the water, just like right now. The Gari Dam's not far, but they're not near that watering hole. So I'm driving towards the Gari Dam. I know Lawrence was there, but I'm going to check on the eastern side also, just to see if these tracks came out anywhere around on the eastern side of the Ngala Dam there. Shara, so you're asking why do the birds' name change sometimes? So I think it's something to do with the update books. And some name before, it didn't actually make any sense. So when they have to rename, is that they actually maybe have found out that the correct name would be maybe exactly suits well with that animal, that bird. We're looking at these Ngala, male Ngala out here. Look how beautiful it is. So yeah, you're right, so many of the names that change. But all of these names, when the books actually re-updated, the new names stays there. Scientific name mainly doesn't make change a lot, but these regular name change. Grey Luri was grey, has a grey body, changed to Tarako or go away bird. So due to the cold they make, so it's, they got to keep up on what these birds are up to. Now seeing the Ngala while we were on search for that leopard that we saw the tracks, even though we're not sure how long, maybe she may be gone far away, but a leopard, they're very sneaky. They would have found themselves close to the prey species such as the antelopes. The Ngala also, one of the animals that they also make sound when they see danger. They also bark, but not much louder than kudu do. But they also bark, and when they bark, sometimes if they actually too sure of what they've seen, they would do that repeatedly. So looks like it just disappeared. So I'm going to carry on down to the dam there.
Here at the Advanced Rifle Handling Challenge, which is actually lots of challenges in one to gauge the contestants' skills at different distances and different speeds. This is probably the challenge that the contestants are the most nervous about. So let's get them locked and loaded. are now doing the Hades halt, where they have to run back and forth to a target, turn, take aim, and shoot. And this simulates a chase in a real environment and gets the heart pumping and the blood pressure up. James gave us a demonstration, and the skill involved in this exercise is remarkable.
Looks like it's a very difficult climb because every time it tries to climb, the ground is breaking, so it slides down. But it's the only one. Look at that. That is a call of desperation with a cub. It's like, what are you doing, mommy? Oops. Oof.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Live. So, been on and we were waiting for animals to come down. There's 2 giraffes that have just come down now, but that's not what we're going to talk about right now. Right now, we were then thinking, let's see if we can figure out more about what happened with that drag mark. And just happened to glance down towards the water and, Gert pointed out, but I see a hyena track. So I don't know if you can see that one over there. It's not super clear, but it's most definitely a hyena track. And there's another one just over here that's maybe... you can see the claw marks a bit easier, but the track itself is full of leaves. And then it almost looks like a drag over here. And then we looked closer to the bank and we could see mud over here. And then further along, I'm going to try and get my shadow out, but there's a lot of mud caked on the bank here. And you can see the drag mark going up towards where the blood spatter is. I'm going to head up this bank, try not to fall over. And head towards this blood spatter here. So now what might have happened is perhaps something tried to escape from the hyena in the water. I know impalas often do that. If their last sort of line of defense, if there's water around, just jump in the water and hope for the best. And it might have been trying to run across the water to get out the side, and then maybe the hyena grabbed it down there, was busy killing it, and then pulled it up this bank over here. And then by the time it reached here, it might be that that animal had now died. I'm not sure. Because you can see lots of blood here, so they were definitely opening this animal here. I don't know if it was the stomach. I don't see stomach content here, and I certainly can't smell the stomach content, but we can see a little bit of intestine there, and there's lots of blood. So there was definitely feeding happening here. Now it got dragged away further than we could walk when it was windy. Well, the wind seems to be settling a little bit now, so perhaps we can maybe try again to find it. Oh, something has just landed over here. I don't know if Gert, you can see it. There's a little guinea fowl butterfly. If you can see it sitting there, it's very well camouflaged. It's got these white spots. It's quite a dark ball. Goodbye. It's called the guinea fowl butterfly. It's a very nice one. You don't see them sitting often, on camera, which is great. They're quite common butterfly, though. Very well camouflaged. That kind of thing, a butterfly, and many moths would be very attracted to this over here if it was a little bit more wet. If I threw water on this, almost certainly there would be lots of moths and butterflies that would come and sit here, because if this is blood, which I'm pretty sure it is, this is full of all sorts of nutrients and minerals and salts that would be very, very useful to a butterfly, especially in this very dry time of year. So maybe I'll try that. I'll spill a bit of water on here and see if anything turns up. And while we wait for anything to turn up, we'll send you over to Andrew.
So good luck there, Mike. So we're still sitting here at the Gera Dam. So we're looking at the water monitor lizard on Nile. A water monitor lizard sitting there on a log. And while we're doing this, I'm actually listening around here for any alarm call. That may be made by any antelopes. And then we'll investigate that, because we're on the look for a leopard in this area. So water monitor lizard, they would feed on anything that stays in the water, and they spend a lot of time swimming around the edge of the water. They can swim across this watering hole. They're a good swimmer, in fact. But they can wander around outside of the water. Tano, you're asking if they are dangerous to human. So they actually, for their self-defense, they can even bite, or usually the tail that you see, they use it for emergency or a self-defense. But you won't die when they bite you. They don't have venoms. But, you know, they don't actually go after human. It's a habit or anything. Even the one that we know, rock monitor lizard, they would visit the villages wherever there's the chickens, lays the eggs. But they only need eggs and things like that. They won't go after human. Melissa, you're saying they have such a big claws. Indeed, look at these. Because they actually use them for climbing where there's a dry wood like that. And you have trees. They duck around on land sometimes, especially when they're about to lay the eggs. So each leg would be equipped with 5 little toes in the 5 claw as well, but they're only made for climbing and things. Even though they do fight among the same species for a dominate, and then when they fight, they pretty much fight like these Komodo dragons. Stand, balance with their tails, and then roll over on the ground. So everybody, we're going to carry on searching. In the meantime, let's go across to Lauren, who is also making her way towards the Chitwa Dam.
I honestly can't believe this, everyone. We're at Chitwa. I have never seen this number of buffalo around Chitwa. I mean, I was hoping to go over the dam wall, but, you know, that's not going to happen. Wow. Drinking, wallowing, hanging out, chilling. They're even all going down into that drainage. I mean, this herd must be about 500 strong. Must be. Wow. I mean, when you see a buffalo, great. I mean, it is technically part of, you know, Africa's Big Five, which is a very positive term now. It used to be very negative. It used to be related to hunting, but now it's very much been adopted by the ecotourism industry. You have the Big Five, the Little Five. You have the Big Five in the ocean. You have the Little Five in the ocean. And it differs for each ocean. But when you see a herd of buffalo like this, wow. We're also going to try and scratch around for mareeps a little bit later. I really want to catch up with Mr. Mareeps. But we're going to sit and enjoy these buffalo for now. And even talking about males and females, here's an example where the females do have horns. It's not just the males Margaret, love your thinking. Yes, it is an ocean of buffalo. It is a herd. There were some in Yari, which is buffalo, at Chitwa, but I didn't quite realize that it was all the buffalo in the entire Sabi Sands. That's a joke, everyone. It's not actually all the buffalo, but it's a lot. And look at the dust. You see all that? That's just a sand from the dam wall. That they're so heavy on their feet. They're such large animals that that's just the sand being stirred up. And water bodies really are the place to be today. We've already seen giraffes, impalas, herons, buffalo. And again, I have spoke about this a lot, but the herd life is the selfish life. It is just diluting your presence. And it's mostly the ungulates, the hoofed mammals that herd. I mean, fish do school, but in terms of mammals, it really just, the largest herds are mostly those hoofed mammals. And it is just to dilute your presence. I mean, we say this all the time, but if there's 5 of you, it's got 1 in a 5 chance it's going to be you that the predator chooses. But if there's 100 of you, it's 1 in 100 chance. More eyes, more ears, more nostrils, but it's not really because they are looking out for one another. It's not altruistic. It really is just selfish. The selfish life. Looking out for yourself by immersing yourself and diluting your presence in the herd. At the end of the day, it's all about looking after yourself in the animal kingdom. Even monogamy in the animal kingdom. Let's just completely remove humans from that. Even in birds, it's not that they care about each other, it's just that it benefits them. It benefits the males that he can mate whenever he wants and produce viable offspring because his female partner is right there. For the female, her partner's right there. It saves energy. They don't have to advertise and call and grow special plumage and make nests. But it's not really because they're looking out for one another. It's a hard thing to get your head around. Mitchell, you're saying, what does it smell like? We are really actually quite far away. I can only smell that sort of organic mud, earthy scent from the dam. You can normally smell buffalo, and they normally just smell very like cows. Not the old Highland coo from Scotland, but a cow. But really, I can just smell the damn water, damp soil, with a little bit of algae on top. But buffalo normally smell just very much like a cow, very organic, very sort of dung-esque. But I can't smell them right now. I think we're upwind of them, and they are also very far away. I'm not getting myself stuck in that herd. It's just amazing. And you know, lions will be following them. Maybe not closely, but the lions do change their movements to follow the buffalo, even if it's from far away. But being on Chitwa, I wonder if the Nkuhumas are close, because I haven't heard that the Talamatis have crossed back in again from the west. I wonder where the Nkuhumas are. Hector buffalo are considered bovids, so they belong to the sort of bovine group of animals. So you wouldn't consider buffalo antelope. Sort of bovine will refer to cattle as well. Oh, it's a bovid. They're still ungulates. They've still got hooves, but you wouldn't class them as an antelope. The group, it's a subfamily, I think, a biological subfamily, if I am not wrong. Bovinae, it's a very diverse group. You do find a lot of different animals, even the bison, the buffalo, cows. Have you ever seen a Scottish cow, everyone? Have you, Beaks? Google a Highland cow. We say Highland coo. They are the most gorgeous things. I'm just showing BK. So yes, no, they're not antelopes, but they are ungulates. Okay, I'm going to scratch around Chitwa just a little bit to look for Mareebs, and if no luck, we are going to come back and sit with all of these buffalo.
Lauren, good luck. So we still on search here. We're just doing the part of a southern side of a Gari Dam. Nothing so far that came this way. They happen maybe she have moved in, but we haven't actually come across her track yet. So I'm gonna maybe give it a little bit of a break, this area, and then search somewhere else. We may come back with a spotlight and shine around. If she's still around, maybe she's still flat. Maybe she's only going to get up when the sun's down, so it's very deep drainage line there, so I didn't actually drive into that drainage line system. There's no way in with this car, so I'm gonna leave it for now and look for something else. So we're gonna check if maybe there's elephants or anything else, or maybe making a way close to where that Pride of Lion has crossed into Manyeleti. See if we can get lucky of them coming back.
We've just left the buffalo because I heard talk of Mareebs, and I know Mareebs' hangouts on Chitwa at least. He goes into Torchwood and I don't. But I want to catch up with them. Everybody's asking, Lauren, where's Tandy and Mareebs? Oh no! I think a lot of the landowners here think that we know where the leopards are at all times, which would be really lovely if we did, but we don't. But we do know their hangout spots. So we're going to check. And he's still spending time with Tandy. He was with Tandy just a few days ago in the north of Torchwood. So they're not separated. They are spending long bouts apart, absolutely. but they're still spending time together as well. So he's not fully independent just yet. Some literature will classify a male leopard as independent at 12 months. Well, it's definitely not what we're seeing here. But it does differ across the board. He loves the mulwanini, not the mulwati. He loves the mulwanini. Sir 50, I had Shasha 2 days ago. But yes, it has been a bit of a drought, I hear you. And it's the lions. Really, this happened last year. I remember having this exact conversation with you all, yes, last year, or some of you. It's the pressure the lions are putting on right now, but yes, there has been a bit of a drought. Not even tracks, just lions everywhere. Lion audio, pride separating, moving into, I think we're going to go into a bit of a signal dip here, I'm afraid, but I do see a vehicle. But I'm really hoping that we're going to get lucky with Mariebs. For now, over to Mike.
I don't know how well it comes out on the screen, but there are really cool patterns on this piece of wood that I'm holding now. I was actually just stepping over it. I was going to talk about it in Impala, Dung Midden, and then this was much cooler. So if you look here, you can really see some incredibly intricate patterns on this piece of stick. Now, these were not carved by a human. This was from a beetle larvae. Now, many of the wood-boring beetles will lay their eggs just below the surface of the bark on a tree, protected by the bark. The larvae can feed around, and what comes off, this beautiful pattern is exposed. Now, if you look carefully over here, is one of the pouches where the larvae is basically growing. There's another pouch there, and there's one there, and this one there. And from this central point, the larvae goes out, feeds, and then comes back. Goes out, feeds, and comes back, feeds, and comes back. Back and forth and back and forth. Now, I don't know how many times they will go back and forth on one particular patch, but let's say, you know, if it was just, this is a good side here, you can see really clearly. I mean, literally feeds all the way there and then comes back. Maybe that's 1 day of feeding, then that's 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. So this might be like 3 weeks of feeding before the larvae is old enough or big enough to pupate maybe and hatch into a beetle. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, maybe it takes much longer than that, but in any case, how amazing is that? Have you ever seen a piece of wild wood that's just been carved, the whole length of it, with these incredibly intricate patterns? I mean, if this wasn't such an old piece of wood that was really broken and cracked, smashed by an elephant, Laura, they are stunning patterns. If this wasn't such a broken old piece of wood, I'd actually love to, you know, stick this up on a mantelpiece somewhere on a bar or something. Not that we can remove stuff from the bush, we don't do that, but it just looks so cool. I've never seen a piece of wood that's so intricately patterned like this. I remember once at one of the other camps, we were collecting wood for a fire, and I found a piece of wood like this, but a much larger piece, a big stump actually, and I put it to the side because I wanted to keep it to have it as a piece to show students. And then that evening we were having a braai, and I came back from the activity, and unfortunately that piece of wood had found its way into the fire, and so I lost it. And that was previously the best piece I'd seen, but this one is far nicer. It's a bit smaller though, unfortunately, but the patterns are far clearer on this very light piece of wood here, so that's really cool to see. And so with this piece of wood, I'm going where we found it. I'm going to send you over to Andrew, who's at the moment a little bit of a bumble.
So we're now checking northwards from that Gurry Dam. So we're going to check the northern boundary here for anything like an elephant, In the meantime, this is where, on the western side, the Talamate Pride crossed last night because they're back from the west and they cross into Manyeleti. In case they maybe decided, we're not sure how far in Manyeleti have gone to. And then it happens maybe they plan to turn around. But this is when it's getting slightly late. And then when I also focusing on returning back to the Gary Dam, shining around there, maybe that leopard will come out for us. Joshua, so you're asking when with the migrator bird will start them making their way back to the area. So most of the time, anything from November or September, many of them already started to make their way back, such as the Warbeck's eagles are the one that they quickly return back. The only reason they do that is because they're also nesting around this area during the raining season. So first things they arrive, they would prepare their nest and they will breed. So around there, that's where they would make their way. These woodlands kingfisher, they may be slightly late, but because then they're going to rely on the wet, the follow wet around. So around there in November, many of these birds were returning, such as also common bee-eaters, European bee-eaters, those, and they'll go just wild around. Also many of the shrikes, which also do a lot of migrations. There's a red-back shrikes that also start making their way back to the area. It seems to be maybe returning back to the very same spot where they were before the last seasons. Check small watering hole here at Tamboti Dam.
Here on WildEarth, we've been fortunate enough to watch our lion kings and queens grow up in front of our eyes. They've all become near and dear to our hearts. We cannot help but feel for them in their moments of struggle and celebrate with them in their moments of victory. We've been enthralled joining in on the hunt. We've spent countless hours watching them cuddle and snooze in the hot African sun. WildEarth celebrates our tawny champions on this important day, acknowledging the importance of lions worldwide. We cannot wait to see how their stories play out and what the future holds for the upcoming generations.
We got there, he had probably moved a couple of 100 meters down the river and it was about 10 meters from this causeway. So I radioed the lodge quickly and just asked them to bring a Land Cruiser around and some tow straps. So we thought we were going to try be heroes and save this giraffe. now a big bull, probably over a ton. He's a big unit. Got the toe strap one side of the giraffe and managed to get it around him with the boat, and the other edge of the toe strap obviously back onto the bank. So we made this U around him because he was lying quite close to the bank. And we put that Land Cruiser in low range and we just gave it hell and pulled that giraffe, and the toe strap slipped up, and we thought, oh no, it's going to slip off the top of the head, and it caught on his ossicones at the top. And that last 10 meters pulled him out onto the bank, and he battled. He was obviously quite weak and all that.
Okay, there's another big male coming in from our left here. Another big male, look at this. This is the one. Now you're going to see sparks fly, guys. Guys, it doesn't get better than this, eh? Yes, unbelievable. Africa, I love you, eh?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
So we walked a little bit further north of the dam. No, I'm lying. South of the dam along the road. Now the wind is not too strong. And we found this. Now, at first glance, this might look like a snake track. A snake track of something like a puff adder, a very small puff adder, that was using a type of movement that we call rectilinear movement, where they just move along their belly and don't do a sidewinder motion. There's nothing here for a snake to grip on to go and do a sidewinder motion, especially a short, fat snake. So that's what it was at first, because often puff adders will leave a drag mark in the middle of the belly. And then I looked, I realized that it certainly wasn't, because if you look just over here, if you see it here, apparently our signal's not so great, Gerd. We have to stay very, very still. Okay, over here, you can see there's a foot, and over there's another foot, and over there's another there, and over there, and over there, and so on and so forth. This is actually a lizard, probably quite a large lizard. And I guessed that it was probably something like a bushveld plated lizard. Now, a bushveld plated lizard is not have seen before, but I'm almost certain you would have seen a giant plated lizard. They live on rocks, on the granite outcrops. You see them wetting themselves in. And this is a bushveld plated lizard. They like this very sandy soils in these areas that you can see. And they're very interesting because they actually dig holes in the soil. They don't live underneath the bark. They don't live amongst the grasses and the rocks. They actually dig a hole, a burrow, in the soil. They might actually use a burrow that's been pre-dug, but I know that they can dig them themselves as well. Very awesome little creature. And if we see one, we'll be sure to show you.
Maribs is on Chitwa, everyone. And we're reading in a lineup. Our comms are very, very tricky on Chitwa for some reason. And we're just going to stay in the area. And sorry, I was just signing to Herbie, the sign language. But while we wait, we're just looking at this amazing waterbuck. Again, another species where the male has horns through sexual selection and the female does not. Why? Because he fights. Waterbuck really do fight. Can be aggressive. They're territorial. They're territorial over the land, their water bodies, and over the females. They want all the females in the Sabi sands to be theirs, but unfortunately that is not possible or feasible or sustainable. But ideally, the bigger land you have, the less competition, the better access to resources, the more females you can secure. And therefore, you can just continue your bloodline like there's no tomorrow. Isn't he just glorious, though? Generally speaking, antelopes will avoid clashing. I mean, impala do in the rutting season, but a lot of antelopes will sort of size one another up and a little bit of lateral presentation between the males and leave it at that. I mean, they can risk death a wrong movement from the horn and you're in trouble. That horn goes through the rib cage or the chest and you can die. So that's why if you know you are the submissive male, especially with impala, it's better just to back down. Lindsay, I've never heard them bark like kudu. Kudu bark's very distinctive. It's very, very obvious, and bark is a sort of correct terminology, if you like. It really does sound like a bark. I mean, if you were not very sure what that sound was, you could be forgiven for thinking it was a dog. But water bark do not do that. They do not bark. They do more of a snort. More of a sort of nasal, snorty sound. Kevin, it is the eland. We don't get them here though. The eland we used to see a lot up in the Masai Mara, and various different properties have them, but not here. So here the largest would be the kudu. Kudu are so magnificent and majestic and just wonderful. Whereas I must say, eland, not so much. They look like a giant cross between a cattle and loudest. Oh my goodness, not the largest. Well, there you go. You now know the largest. The loudest. Oh, that's difficult. Probably the kudu bark, I would say. I don't actually know in terms of frequency, if you're asking that. But in terms of the loudest that we hear when on drive, I would possibly say the kudu. The impala snorts are obviously very loud as well. That's what we go by. But I think in comparison... Sorry, I thought you said largest. Okay, Mr. Waterbuck, you now have a ginormous stick in front of your face. James Henry would lose his mind. VK's chuckling. Oh, you gotta love the sticks. But we are going to try and navigate to the sighting now. We're going to try and get on that radio, find out what's happening. Because Mr. Mareebs is here somewhere. He's finally back on Chitwa. I wonder if he was here yesterday because I really thought there was a leopard here, and then of course Windy broke down. Just not ideal. But I wonder if he was also here yesterday. He disappeared when the Talamatis arrived, and then lo and behold the Nkuhumas came a few days later. But I'm sure many of you will be overjoyed to spend time with them. When Tristan was here, he was our daily leopard. Every single day we had Mareebs. But then, of course, times change.
Alrighty, so we followed this track. Well, we didn't really follow it. We just walked onwards, and we found more tracks of this bushveld-plated lizard. And then I saw an interesting thing. This lizard was walking along, and then it did a very sharp and abrupt turn here and started coming this way. And I looked further into the grass, and lo and behold, we found its burrow. So we were just talking about that they dig holes in the sand. They like the soft sand. It's easier for them to burrow. And then we found one. And they've got pretty strong arms and claws, but they're not so robust like an aardvark or even many of the mongoose species to be able to dig a proper burrow. So it needs the soft sand. And this might even be an extended burrow from something else. But there it is. We were just talking about how interesting it is. I'm sure that this animal, this lizard, uses olfactory senses to find its way around places because it's very short. It can't see over the grass. It can't figure out where it is. And I don't even think it can really use the sun and the stars and that kind of stuff to navigate. So it was coming along here, and then all of a sudden, it realized, oh, I can't smell my tracks anymore. I've gone too far. And it did a very sharp, quick turn. We even said it looks like it did a power turn. You know, its tail wished all the way over here. It came up here and went in there. Now, they are diurnal. They're not nocturnal. So this giant-plated lizard, if it is inside its burrow right now, which I suspect it is finished for the day. It's foraging. It's going to get cold very quickly, very soon. And as you know, reptiles need to stay warm in order to function properly. So this reptile is going to go and stay in its burrow where the temperature can remain constant. The soil has absorbed the heat from the sun. It will release it slowly over the course of the evening to keep it nice and warm. And in the morning, once the sun comes out, it'll pop out onto maybe this log that's next to me, or maybe even just onto the road directly, where it will sit and warm up early morning. How cool is that? I was not really expecting to find the burrow, not with all this grass around. I'm just going to sit for a moment and just listen. It's very peaceful at the moment. I thought I'd heard a hyena a bit earlier. But at the moment, all I can hear is some crickets and birds and a woodpecker.
So we are bumbling still here, searching a few roads, hoping to find any animals we can find. Still believe that maybe all animals, maybe this is the time they'll make their way towards the watering hole. Already checked one of the watering hole, nothing there. It's a lot of watering hole that I won't rely on one watering hole all the time. They will switch, they will move to another one if the other one is far away. So even the cats, whenever they're around, it's the time they may get mobile about. Reactivate the scent marking, communicate about sound they make. I'm really hoping that there will be more of leopards coming into Djuma because there is no pride of lions at the moment. So we just done a loop. Now we're gonna end up checking slowly back to where we last saw that leopard track there, in case she actually started to get mobile while it's the light or and then we're around. And they usually make sound when they want to, depending on when they get mobile, what the kind of like activity they want to do, whether moving, reactivate the scent. So I'm gonna carry on do this. In the meantime, let's go across to Lauren.
Sir 50, this is just for you. Just for you. Since you said we were in a drought. My shasha wasn't good enough. I'm only teasing Sir 50. I have known you since day one. We have Mr. Maribs, who has apparently been chasing dwarf mongoose. Now he's deep in Chitwa. He's literally just east of the Marti, so east of the water body. He's not quite on Gowrie Main like I thought he was going to be. And it's not exactly the best visuals, but it's all we're going to work with right now, and that's okay. I believe Sabui's also moved her cubs back to the original den site, so that's also great news for us. We'll work some magic. The leopard drought is over. But you'll not believe it, maybe by about 50 meters where Maribs is right now, we had Shasha the other day. Literally by about 50 meters. It's just amazing how all of these animals sort of, just ebb and flow and weave in and out of each other's paths. But Maribs, I would like to see more than just your tail, please, dear. I'd like to see that lovely face of yours. And I have mentioned this already, but just in case any of you missed it, Mulwati's scat has been collected. So, I really don't know what the turnaround is in terms of analysis. I'm not familiar with that. It will obviously have to go under some sort of GNA? That's a new one. DNA analysis. I don't know sort of what the turnaround is, but it's been collected. Maribs, where is your mama? Lots of people are also looking for her. Sir 50, you say thank you. You are so welcome. So welcome. You demanded a leopard and you got one, If only it was that easy. I knew he was going to come back to Chitwa at some point. And I was convinced the other day there was a leopard here. So obviously he's been found and he's in the Mulwanimi. I wasn't too far off. It's amazing how you get to know them individually, and I think that naturally comes with time, and you get to know their movements and the roads that they like to take, the paths that they like to take, and inevitably that does change as time goes on. When Tandy was very much the dominant leopardess of Djuma when I first arrived, and now it's her daughter. Now it's Tlalamba. But you do get to learn their little quirks. This is a great stick sighting, Maribs. You must enjoy sticks if you work as a cameraman in this job. Am I right, Beeks? Mm-hmm. BK loves sticks. But there's other vehicles here. Once they move, we'll work it. Charlie, you are so happy to see a little bit of Maribs.
Exactly. Maybe it's not. Oh, I speak too soon. Hello, boy. Where on earth have you been? It's gone Lala. Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to help. Herbie, hard right. Sorry, I'm just helping Herbie out. He's in a bit of a tight spot, and I owe a lot to Herbie. Some of you will remember him. He played a big part in who I am today out here in the bush. Well, Mareebs, there's still a big stick in front of his face, Beaks, but it's a little bit better. Yeah, okay, we're getting there. And you know, apparently there's a female leopard being called in somewhere else on Chitwa as well. Chitwa's a small property. I think it's like 1/3 of Djuma, if I'm not mistaken, thereabouts. And it's sort of funnel-shaped. But it's got the Mulwanini running right through it with lots of drainage lines, and it's amazing the number of leopards that use it. And it's because it is a small property, we tend to have great luck in finding them. And it's very open as well. Okay, yes, there are dense areas, dense thickets, but there's also a lot of open areas. And that fig tree on the open area is one of my favourite trees on Chitwa. And Mareebs loves it. White mane. Ooh, dangerous waters here, white mane. You're saying he's fast becoming your favourite leopard. Yeah, I know. I have to agree with you. But I say that about every leopard. I'm like, oh, he's my favourite. She's my favourite. I'm not very loyal with my favourites, but white mane, I know exactly why you're saying that. He's really become quite a champion. And there was a time when he was on Torchwood with Tandy that we all sat, when James was here, Tristan, we all sat around the table and thought there's a possibility that he might not be too habituated. He might be a little bit skittish. Yeah, we were so wrong. Isn't it good when you're wrong? And Tristan obviously watched him with the puff adder, and he bounced back. I remember some of the meltdowns that were happening around that, but he bounced back. It's nature. It survived. And now he'll never ever behave that way around a puff adder again. He's learned. He's also stalked buffalo. He loves guinea fowl. I think he caught a mongoose. He's learning. He's young. There's a lot more to learn. Okay, we're going to sit here as long as we can with Mr. Mareebs.
Every year in August, South Africa marks Women's Month. WildEarth would like to acknowledge and thank all the amazing females who have worked tirelessly to share our nature with the world.
We're gonna have to just wait, okay? She's gonna come out there just on my right-hand side, and she can see these impala.
Now you've got to inhale it. It burns. I don't know if it's supposed to work instantly. Go, girl, go! Get her! Get her, girl! Get her! I'm so looking forward to following her story in the future.
I'm really hoping there's two. I'm really hoping there's two. But you know, even if there's one, oh my goodness, everyone!
And I get to share it with you. Isn't that extra special? I get to experience it and show it to everyone.
competitors are in the room behind me right now for the birding challenge, where they have to look at pictures and identify the birds and then separately listen to bird calls and identify them. But it's not easy. This is going to be the toughest one. Here we have the previous year's winners. You can see they're trying to see if they can remember all the answers, and look at them taking a sneak peek.
I've seen something I've never seen here before. Look at these cubs. One is crossing the river. It's being washed away, unfortunately, but I'm sure the mother is going to save her. Look at that. How beautiful. Look at that. One crossing, 2 to go. How cool is this?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth Daily.
Sorry, everybody. We're just trying to reposition. Yeah, I can see him. He's drinking. We're just in a bit of a tricky spot. Do you think you're able to get him through this tiny gap, BK? Yeah, how about here? Awesomeness. I'm just going to give him some space. Okay, another ginormous stick, but we're working. We're working it. Beth, you're asking, do I think he will stay away from snakes? I mean, I would assume so. I would hope so. That's what it's really all about. When you're an animal and you're learning the lay of the land. You know, most leopards out here probably have had an incident similar, if not the same, to Marive's. That's why everyone going into mass panic wasn't helping anything. He's got to learn. He can't be sort of mothered intensively by Tandy and not understanding what are the threats out there. Okay, yeah, not going to make friends with the lions. That's not a good idea. Probably also not going to make friends with the wild dogs or the hyenas. You know, the guinea fowl, they're cool. I like to eat them. And although I'm teasing, it's a learning curve for the animals out here. And that is exactly what happened with the snake. Yes, it could have went wrong. It could have went badly. Absolutely. It could have been seriously injured, if not worse. But it's really important that he learned from that. And I would imagine he will stay away from snakes. He's a curious little cat, but I do think he will have learned his lesson massively. And they have to learn somehow. He has to learn about, at the end of the day, it's all about survival. Tandy can only push him so much, teach him so much. He's got to learn on his own. And obviously it was a fantastic recovery he made, and it was such a joyous story in the end. But I would imagine that he will have learned his lesson. Well, the guinea fowl are already not happy. They know you're here, Mareebs. And he's at the same little pan that he drinks in. This is actually Chitwa Dam, what you're looking at. It's just the very, very eastern side of it. The very eastern side. Where the water just sort of teepers off into nothing. If heavy rains hit right now, this would be the overflow So the Chitwa Dam would burst open into the Mulwanini and it would continue sort of travelling north into the Mulwanini. But obviously we've not got rains right now. But Chitwa Dam meets the Mulwanini, and this is exactly where Malibs is drinking right now. Carry a long way. He's very much still with Mom right now. He's a March baby. He's not quite 1.5 yet, but getting there, I think. And normally the sort of average age, and I say average because it does differ across the board. I mean, Shasha went independent a little bit before 2. Some leopardesses are known to push their sons towards independence at 1.5, but the average age that's given statistically is 2 years old for male cubs, not for females. That's slightly different. Again, the difference in male and female, the difference in the sexes. But for Maribs, he's going to be with Mom for just a little bit longer. And then Mom's really going to be quite aggressive towards him, and he's going to think, I've had enough. I've had enough of Mom. She's grumpy. I'm going to explore. And he will start exploring. Just like Hosanna did. Hosanna left and then came back, and then left and then came back. And maybe around 3 years he might leave. And then he's got to set up a territory. It really isn't until, on average, about 5 years old, I would say, until they're fully territorial. It's a process. We've got to set up that territory first. We've got to become territorial. They've got to sort of learn the behaviours, learn the lay of the land. Who are the enemies? Who are the dominant males around that could be trouble for me? Who are the ladies? Sorry about that. The vehicle just decided to completely drive in the way. There we go. And yes, then they've got to learn, then they become territorial. And of course, the territory will start small. And naturally, we'll just continue to get bigger and bigger and bigger, just like Hosanna. Push, push, push. When you're in your prime, you want the biggest territory that you can have as a male leopard. Oh, Egyptian geese. It's going to be interesting to see where Maribs goes. Some males disperse far, some don't. It really all depends on the threats, the competitors, the space available. Is there a vacuum that they can fill? And if so, how big is that vacuum, and who are the dominant males nearby? He's going to get a lot bigger, Maribs. He's very small right now. You might not look it, but really, he's small. TG, you're saying is an Egyptian goose will be his next victim. Oh, they already have been, don't worry. I think it was Darby and I had a sighting quite a long time ago in the Mulwanini with Malibs, and they had an Egyptian goose in his jaws. But yes, you are right. I know it's not the best views, everyone. We're just in a bit of a tricky spot, so we'll just work with it. Part of a leopard is better than no leopard, right? There we go, boy. That's why it's best to park up far away sometimes. You just never know when they're going to get up and which way they're going to turn. Corinne, I'm not really sure how you think I would know that. I don't know his genetics. I'm really not sure how you think anyone would know that, I'm afraid. We don't even know who his father is. I speculate it might be Mulwati. Mulwati would make sense to me. I personally think that there's a resemblance, but I know that that's a hot topic and it's regularly debated, but I could not possibly say what size he would be. He'll definitely be bigger than Tandy. The males are substantially bigger than the females when it comes to leopards, by a long shot. When we saw Mulwati next to Shidulu, it was Davi and Tristan's sighting, my goodness, he dwarfed her. She looked so small. And that's because she is, especially compared to a big male. I would like to try and reposition in a bit now that the other vehicles are gone, but I'm just going to need to navigate that slowly. Okay, we're slowly going to bumble around and hopefully very soon we'll have a beautiful view of his face.
So we're on a bumble now. We're checking the western boundary again, and then to the south. So we're going to make our way slowly back to where we were searching for that leopard. It's getting cool. If she's around, then we're definitely going to find out where she is by the time she gets to move. But it's always when you're on search for animal that the track's not clear or not showing in a proper way of where it might disappear into. So a big loop always to help sometimes, because that animal, if it was always moving, it may stick around in the same place, meanwhile that animal has gone a long time ago. So it's great because we've been done both of these, sticking around in the same place, searching, but been actually taking this big loop. So we don't miss thing. So it's cool that, when we make our way back to that area, it's going to be already cooled off. Sorry, this road is one of the busiest roads ever. Sometimes trying to avoid company. In the meantime, we got to look for the tracks. Just not so sure, that leopard who she is walk there. And it is always not possible just to tell which one, especially if there's a few leopards come into the area, different time. From looking at the tracks, you may not actually be able to tell which one is which. But you will know it's a female or a male. So everybody, we're gonna continue bumbling around. In the meantime, let's see Lauren with her marines.
We managed to get another view. And it's definitely a lot better than the first one, that's for sure. Hello, boy. Where have you been? Corinne, if you look at the size of his paws, I mean, that's a good indicator, just like a puppy, of how big that animal is going to be. He's got a lot of growth left in him. He's very much a sub-adult now. I wouldn't call him a cub. Definitely not a cub. And he's definitely not an adult. So that in-between stage is classified as a sub-adult. And we're starting to get the golden hour now. At least it's cooling down for us. It's been a really uncomfortable day, I must say. And I can only imagine if you're covered in hair like Mareeb's is, then it's going to be even more uncomfortable. Does he have a wound? I'm not able to look at my monitor right now, but BK's pointing out a wound. Lions ate my mom. My goodness. Thanks for pointing that out, Beaks. I have not heard your name in such a long time. Nice to hear from you. Yes, he did eat the snake. He got bitten and then he ate the snake. Probably completely unaware of what was about to happen to the paw, and it did indeed swell. It was probably very painful, I can only imagine. And he will have absolutely understood what happened. It's actually it's appeared, I've got the report in Panthera's recent report, the story of Mareeb's and the puff adder has been printed in the report because it really was quite something. And although it could have had a different outcome and we would have had to have let nature be nature, it was also fascinating to observe and then fascinating to see exactly how fine he was at the end of it with a ginormous water monitor in his mouth. Interesting wound, well spotted beaks. Shasha's definitely bigger than him. I mean, Shasha's older. Yes, it's actually Shasha's birthday very soon. He's an August baby. He'll be 2. So he is older, but he's substantially bigger as well. But Shasha's still a sub-adult. Julie, you're saying he reminds you of Hosanna. I know, me too. I didn't know Hosanna as a tiny little cub, but I knew him as a youngster. And naturally, we watched him every single day, denying the fact to ourselves that he was ever going to leave. And of course he was going to leave. It's a natural instinct of the male, again, not the female, to disperse. He was always going to disperse, but of course there was that little part of us all that hoped he would stay. But he didn't. He teased us all for a while. I remember being with Senzo once the day he arrived back, and I just could not get my head around how Hosanna's gone. He's been seen at Londolozi, but this leopard here looks a lot like Hosanna. I'm sure some of you will remember that. And he reminds me of Hosanna too. So Hosanna is Karula's son. Tandi's Karula's daughter. So Marib's is Karula's grandson. Which means that Hosanna is big uncle. Kind of. But I agree with you, Julie. I get lots of memories just looking at him from those days when Hosanna was around. And Hosanna's thriving now, and we just need to be happy for that. Some males go in and others come in. We've ended up with Travangumi. Absolutely not complaining. Dispersal's normal. It's a biological innate drive for the male to go. He cannot stay within his father's territory. You have to go, find your own space, set up your own territory, be independent. And naturally, it's a mechanism against inbreeding as well, if you like. So although they may mate with relatives, of course, the force behind it is that you will meet a different gene pool. Although inbreeding does occur, it's not ideal. Okay. We're going to sit here as long as we can with all of our favorite cats. Okay, Marib's is on the move. Bear with us, everyone. He's stalking something. He's right in front of another vehicle. Just really not ideal. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to move, and neither is that other vehicle. He's pretty much sitting on their tire. He's up again. What do you see, Maribs? Okay, that wasn't what I thought was going to happen. I thought you were going to stalk something there, boy. Don't have a roly-poly. I don't know what he's looking at. But it could be anything from squirrels or mongoose or a goose, a guinea fowl. Oh, it's full stock mode now. What do you see? Oh, it's an impala. Is it the impala beaks? If it is the impala, he's far. But he's done well to get low and sort of hide behind that tree in front of him. Oh, he's aiming high. I think you've been spotted, Adibs. No, you have definitely been spotted. That is one angry impala. I hope you can hear the alarm calls. Charlie, you're asking, has he caught an impala before? Not that I know of. I mean, possibly, but not that I know of. We've seen him on impalas, but that's normally ones that his mom has sort of caught. Not that I know of, but he's definitely setting his sights high here. I've seen him with Egyptian goose, I've seen him with water monitor, guinea fowl, squirrel. They're the only sort of species that I've seen him with. Are you leaving? Roshan, you're saying if Maribs is here, would Tandy be close? Not necessarily, no, not anymore. I do believe she's in Torchwood. They used to be sort of normally close by, especially when it was a carcass, but not necessarily, no. And I think we are going to try and reposition now that he's been spotted. I mean, the impala know he's there. I think he's hoping that they would forget, but that's not going to happen. Okay, there's another vehicle coming, so let's possibly reposition before another vehicle comes. You ready, Beaks?
The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, encourages people to care for the earth. Through innovative projects, they aim to reverse the serious issues that we face in the world today. One of these projects is Green Coast, a proudly South African award for sensitive and well-managed coastal sites. This sustainability project protects our national coastlines while providing unemployed youth with a love for their environment and a hope for the future. WESA is a membership and volunteer-supported organisation. Every supporter is helping to change the only earth we have. Visit our website to see how you can help care for our earth.
For me, the best part about being a guide is being able to live out in Africa's wild places and being able to share that with people. Of all the challenges, for me, the one that I'm probably the most comfortable with is the game drive. I think that's what I do most days, so that would probably be what I feel like I'd do the best at. It's like someone's put little Lego blocks up there and made this perfect little sort of statue, and there's another one further along as we drive. One of the challenges I'm the most nervous about would probably be shooting. I think on the day there's always quite a bit of pressure and intimidation, always associated with it, but I guess we'll see how it goes. I hope I'll win this competition, but if I don't, it's still been an experience of a lifetime, and I've learned a lot and met a lot of really, really cool people.
You are cheeky. That was a brave decision. Amber Eyes is... Oh. That is so magic. That was absolutely wonderful. Amber Eyes just gave that cub an enormous hug.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
So we're just watching that grey duiker disappear to the left there. I'm going to try and make my way slowly down, but it's one of the antelope that don't really stick around, especially this time. But because of that tree, that green thorn or belenati, with these fruit that is, with the fruiting that is actually falling off there, that what keep these antelope to hangs around, picking up these fruits. So this is a tree, what it looks like. It's one of the decent tree out here, the belenatis. And that fruit not only for antelopes, but also kurus, of course, the elephants. They will love the fruit. They will go wild, and they're just gonna run, visiting a lot of these trees around, especially this time of year. So we're gonna go closer. If we don't see that antelope, we may maybe see fruit on top of that tree, what it looks like, and then we'll show everybody. Usually it's ripe into kind of like brownish. Running away. It's very shy antelope, so I doubt if we'll keep that static with us. I'm gonna try now from this distance. You know, I mentioned something about this tree having such a fruit, which I think we're going to have a look at it now. We're just gonna look around if that antelope's still around. Did see him there, Dave. But they are so skittish, the duiker. I never actually talk about one, really, because they don't stick around. So this fruit here. So, alright, in the meantime, we're going to send you across to Lauren.
These guys don't wait. Okay. Look at that sunset. That is the pinkest of pinks. That is so pink. Ah, it's breathtaking. And just below the horizon.
Gonna be putting out.
Is Mr. Medibs. Perfection. Pink sunset or pink skies and Medibs. We are in the lineup to another sighting, so I'm just going to keep my radio on. People get a little bit stressed if you don't respond to them. There's a bit of an etiquette here. So hopefully we can make our way to the other sighting as well, but I'm not going to tell you what it is just yet. It's been a hot day, as you all know, and I think that cold, that mud, it's probably a little bit slightly damp, and darker colours do absorb heat. But now that that sun is setting and there's a cool breeze, I think he's just getting a little bit of enjoyment lying here. Oh, the geese. Oh. See how quickly we get interested. He's surviving on all sorts. I mean, if you were to really analyse his scat, trust me, I picked up his scat recently. It was not the most joyous thing I've ever done. But if you were to analyse it in terms of breaking down the food inside, I'm sure you would find such a surprising plethora of species there that he's been surviving on. They sort of get a little bit more specialised as they get older. Bless me, sorry everyone.
Stopping for Posa Mike's Kitchen.
Can you hear the fish eagles off in the distance? Lara, you're saying he is decidiously handsome. I think that was...
Is moving north between the road parallel to the T20 strip.
Oh well, it's not a surprise anymore. But there you go. Yes, he's terribly handsome. I do enjoy spending time with young male leopards. I do, and now he's up to something. Always up to something.
I just need that quarry behind the cheaper hangar.
It is Kuchava. I don't really want to leave Mareeves, but I also would like to catch up with Kuchava because it's been a very long time. Has she got suckle marks? Has she got cubs? We don't know. It's been a very long time.
Behind me. Oh. He's leading that little quarry behind the warehouse or the...
He's on the move. It's going to be a little bit tricky for us to follow right now.
So I say moving towards that side. That little quarry.
Okay, he's moving, I'm afraid, which means we have to move. He's running. Okay, Beaks, are you ready? Where did he go? Oh my goodness. Okay, we're definitely not going to be able to give you views right now, I'm afraid. Mareeves has gone right under another vehicle. He absolutely loves the vehicles. Okay, BK's just going to give you a beautiful view of this pinky-ish sky right now. And just enjoy it for a moment or two. Isn't that beautiful? Stand by.
Space by Java now.
Copy, donkey.
Just go as I explained to you up the driveway, and the first Ngala you go there or behind the hangar.
Copy, copy. Alrighty, Beaks, let's move. We are going to leave Mareebs. He's gone right under a vehicle. And we are just in a tricky spot for signal and whatnot. So we're going to go and try and see if we can get you Kuchava, everybody. I have not seen Kuchav-chavs in a very long time. Now, Kuchava is Mareeb's half-sister, because Kuchava's Tandy's daughter. And they're really alike. Oh, my goodness. Are you still on board, PK? So we're going to see another relative, another one of the Karula lineage. I'm trying to think the quickest way to go. I stand here. This one. If we have no luck with Kuchava, we'll come back for Mareebs. It's difficult to choose when there's more than one sighting, but we just haven't seen Kuchava in so long. That I'd really like to catch up with them. We're just running along the fence line right now. There we go, we're back in a good spot now. They're actually really not too far away from one another, Kuchava and Mareebs.
Where you are, Thereon, on your left-hand side there. Right in front, on your left-hand side.
So we're still bumbling around. We haven't found anything yet, so I'm hoping to actually come across anything that will be static for us. It would be a group of impala around here, because we're coming in an area where we saw that leopard tracks into this area. So if we spend time with the antelope, and then that leopard, if it's ever happened around here, that she's still around, then she will probably maybe be interested on hunting in these antelopes. Leopards do move whenever they want, you know. There's nobody expecting to see any tracks of a leopard, especially today inside Djuma, since everybody worked this morning and there was nothing. And then when we started to drive, there is a leopard tracks. We don't get surprised, because we knew they do move also when they want to during the day. Only the thing that is actually very unique about these cats is that when a leopard enters another leopard's territory, and then he or she is not challenging in a fight, she will move in to that area, do probably or drink water, and to their own territory. There won't be a roaring, any sign of talent. One probably that roll, but they do ground communicate, so they don't do anything like that. So we're just going down to the deep here. My signal is not actually very stable at the moment, but we're going to end up down into that southern side of a Gari Dam. This is where we were searching earlier on, into that heat of a day. There was a Haramact barbless that bird just had. Birds sometimes are so cool that they can also warn you if there is anything dangerous around them. Whether it's a snake, whether it's a cat, anything that could kill them. Owls, those type. Chase, you're asking, would the predators ever use their vehicles to hunt? Some leopards, where I saw some leopards do that, especially when you follow them, and then if when the engine going, it gives them a chance that they don't actually has to use a lot of energy, walk silently or avoid touching grass. So some, they would use vehicles if they actually grow up around the vehicles very much. So everybody, I'm going to continue down to that Gari Dam, listening around while I go. In the meantime, let's go across to Lauren.
We're here with Kuchava. I'm just moving really slowly. She's been looking at different impala. Have you got a view, Beaks? Keep going. Ah, there she is. I knew we had her a second ago. And she's in this black monkey orange thicket, and then you just lose her. Hello, Kuchava. It's very lovely to see you. It's not the best views, but it is Kuchav's. Right, we need to get a look at that belly. Oh, that looks full mammary glands to me. Can't see suckle marks from this angle, though. She's very heavy on the underside. Bless you. Now she's heading in the direction we want her to. We want her to pop out of this thicket. It's a little bit tricky. So, Sir 50, what about now? Are you happy now? Marib's and Kuchav's. Leopard drought is officially over. What do you think about me turning around, Beaks? Okay, let's do that because she's far enough away. Oh my goodness. This is the second leopard on Chitwa. And then we go days without any, and in the tiny little property we've got two. Okay, I'm just going to go here and then she'll walk across. No, she's not going to walk across. Bear with us. We're going to get other views. She's popping out on the airstrip, which is going to be fantastic news, to be honest. It's nice and open. And Marie's is not too far away. He's already had an interaction with Tlalamba. Gavin, you are saying yes, leopards everywhere. Oh, yes. And before you ask, I don't know if Kuchava still has cubs. She was believed to have cubs. And she was calling, circle marks were seen, but we just don't see Kuchava too often. She sort of is a little bit too far east for us. Hi, guys. And she also goes too far south as well. Nobody's seen the cubs. They've not been seen. If she has got them stashed away, then she's been very good at it. Are they on Chitwa? Are they on Torchwood? Are they much further south? I don't know. But really, from where we are right now on the airstrip, I know it's a little bit difficult to give context. I don't have a map of Chitwa, but Mariebs is just sort of a little bit further north than the Muwanini, and just southwest, really not too far away, is Sabui, on Abamba, at our den side. Oh, hello, Nyala. You're being watched. And of course, Kuchava's got Semba, the leopard that Tristan named, who has turned out really skittish. And now she's believed to have given birth. She's got a new litter. It's good to see her, though. It was hard to leave Mariebs, but we were in a really tricky spot signal-wise, and it's much better up here now that we're out of the drainage, and it's just good to see Kuchava again. I think she's a double of Tandy. Heather, you're saying something would be too much, but I didn't quite get it. Look, the shoulder blades are up, the body's low. Look how well she blends in. Look at that. Exactly what Mariebs was doing earlier. Oh, a live hunt, Heather. My goodness, I know that would really complete this afternoon, wouldn't it? It's been such a great afternoon. And that's the thing, we have quiet days, but we always get those days that win again. And I know Andrew's desperate to see a leopard, and he absolutely will tomorrow. We had just a really quiet periods when the lions are all around, and then the lions disappear, and we have periods where all the leopards are around. You just got to take what the bush gives you. Because I think let's move. We are losing light. The sun has gone down. So I'm just going to bumble around onto the airstrip to try and keep up with Kuchava. We're just keeping up with our leopardess Kuchava here. There you go. It's a present, Beaks. I haven't entirely got a visual, which is why we drive really, really slow. We're working with lack of light now. The sun's going down. It's a beautiful time of day, but it's just our human eye needs to adjust. If you're a leopard, hey, you're fine. But you've just got to be really careful when you're driving off the roads and you're trying to follow an animal. She took the direction I really didn't want her to. I know exactly where she's going. She's going to the hangar. There's Impala there as well. Do you know what? Let's go the long way around, I think. What do you think? I don't really enjoy following a leopard's bum. I like to see the leopard walking towards us. The Impala all see her. It's okay, guys. here's a road. I think that's just a little bit better for us. Okay, once again, I'm just going to drive very, very slow. Oh, here she comes. Just going to position here, and BK is going to give you some short little views of little Miss Kuchava. Isn't she beautiful? Blends in very well to the landscape, I must say. Okay, we're going to try our very best to keep up as the sun is going down with our leopardess.
So we're still driving. Now I just before the Gari Dam there, I'm just going to check this link towards the quarantine. Because there was a lot of impalas also later on here. Off even a little bit of a road. Yeah, and you're asking with the antelope yawn, so they would not like we would expect to see what these monkeys and the baboons do, but they may exercise their jaws. They would open their mouth, so they can still do that. So, but many of those animals, they would yawn a lot. Leopard lions, because they got to stretch also their mouth because they use them as a weapon. Got to make sure it's well ready whenever they want to use them. So we see them yawn quite a lot. So everybody, I'm still bumbling around here hoping to find spotty cats. In the meantime, let's go across to Lauren.
Look at that. We've got Princess Kuchava on the airstrip. Do you know how many times I drive this airstrip and never see a leopard on it? Isn't she beautiful? I wish she would sit down and give us a good look at that underbelly. You can see she's given birth. It's normal. Skin stretches. We all know that. But with her, she's got really sort of... She looks heavy. It's very difficult to tell. Normally it's easier when they're lying down or they're on a kill. But this is the furthest into Chitwa I've seen Kuchava in a long time. We've had sightings of her, but she's really in the heart of it all. She's heading straight in the direction of Mariev's. I'm not saying they're going to encounter one another. He could be long gone. I'm not saying that. She's just heading in that direction. You see that under part? It doesn't look like loose skin. It looks full. Have you got cuppies, Kuchavs? Where are you hiding them? Oh, no, no, Kuchava, no. No. Okay, everyone, that's Chitwa Camp. Surprise, you have a new guest. I hope she pays. She's gone into the lodge, everyone. So unfortunately, I will not get there. but we're going to try and see if we can catch up once again with Mideeps. Okay, everyone, as we bumble on, we are now sending you to a surprise.
I hope that you haven't forgotten my voice and that you think that I'm a familiar face, and we're here in this most magnificent place. How awesome is this? It's me, Tswalu, and who do you think I have on camera with me? None other than Jandre, and can you guess where we are, everyone? Because it is the most beautiful place on earth, possibly. We're here in, I'm sure you all said it, because you can hear the sound of the ocean. We're here in Cape Town, everyone. Another magnificent landscape to add to our repertoire of the African wild that we get to show you all the time. So I'm pretty excited. I hope that you are too. Now we're just in time to catch a beautiful, beautiful sunset. Let's take a moment to take this in, because it is breathtaking. Stunning. Now you can see that the golden hour is upon us, and there's lots of wave action, etc. There's also little very fascinating bits actually that I want to show you that's along on top of the rocks that we're here. So first let me explain to you where exactly we are. So we're in Cape Town, but we're kind of, it's an area called Cozy Bay or Cozy Beach, and we are kind of between Hout Bay and Camps Bay, or something like that. I'm new to Cape Town, everyone, and I do love it. But I think that I've got the description almost right. Anyway, I'm gonna hop up onto this rock now. Now you've got the 12 apostles that Jandre showed you just above us. And I'm sure that these humongous rocks that I am standing on once belonged up there. And as the erosion took place and they all kind of came cascading from the top, it must have been very, very magnificent. And it created for us these beautiful beaches, as well as havens and shelter for many of the animals that live here. Not just animals, but vegetation. Now, this is the first time that we're going live to you from Cape Town. So there's so much to talk about. Firstly, of course, the marine life, not just the marine life as in the ocean, but what about everything else in the intertidal zone, everything else in the sand, as well as all the vegetation, including, of course, the iconic fynbos, which we'll be talking about all of that. But for now, we're here just for a little bit this afternoon, this sunset safari, to enjoy this beach and enjoy the sunset. Now, I said that there's lots of cool things that can be found here. You may be able to see floating on the tops of the tide as it comes in. So it's spring tide today. Jandre and I, we've been out the whole day, and we were discussing it earlier because it was such a low tide, and there were beneath these things, we were walking here, but now the tide is very, very, very high. So you can just see maybe the tops of the kelp kind of floating around, but that's just one of the interesting things going on here. There's plenty more. I heard Rebecca's voice, everyone, but I must be honest, I don't know what she said to me. So I believe you're leaving me, but I'm sure you'll be back, and I'm going to send you over to someone else.
The Endangered Wildlife Trust fights at the forefront of conservation, across the vast Karoo and sweeping grasslands, in remote pockets of forest, along road networks, across African skies, and in communities to conserve our wildlife and wild spaces. Help us to protect forever together. Donate now at ewt.org.za.
The scrap here collected a dry grass, put it next to the water hole as the hippo walks down during the warm of the day to drink the water. When the hippo arrives, he saw quite a very nice grass, an area not to resist to rest. And when the hippo went down to drink the water, and when finished the water, he just lied down on the grass. And then, that was the opportunity of the scrappy. You know what? Today is my day to pay the revenge.
Oh, it's going to be in trouble now. Oh, this is unbelievable stuff. Here comes a hippo in too. Go, Impala. There's a hippo coming in. I can't believe what we're seeing here. This is what we normally see in East Africa. It's all over. Hippo leaping at the crocodile now. Everything's gone underwater.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Delivering 6 hours of HD wildlife content live every day is no small feat. It's a massive team effort, and we all rely on one another. Cam ops have a bit of work to do in the morning. Up nice and early, get all the checks out of the way, and make sure we're ready to go live. Helping others fall in love with nature brings meaning to what I do. It's also a lot of fun.
So everybody, we're going to be operating with a spotlight right now. So what I will do, I may go and stop just to listen to any of the sounds that we may hear. So since we're going to be doing the night drive a little bit, so we just we'll be using infrared light. So every time we find animal, we'll switch into infrared light so that we don't disturb their eyesight. Yeah, so we're gonna go into infrared here. So we've got all the impalas in front of us. This is the impala we've been talking about, that they maybe get hunted, but they were around the Gari Dam. So good idea, they came to very much to the top of quarantine. It's very open that they can able to see enough around them. It's so cool, they may spend all night here, either standing, some of them will actually lie down, but they would be looking, keep looking around. Some of them, they will be chewing cud, and so sorry about that noise you can hear on the background. It's all of we on quarantine, so they lodge and it's just down in the other side. And the noise actually travels fast because it's getting very cooler off. So if it was a leopard about to hunt them, since it's very open, the leopard would take its own time whenever it's possible would approach. But if it's not actually possible, the leopard would stay way off until it's possible. This is when they move into the brush thicket, and the leopard would use axis through these trees mound around here, getting close and close enough to them. Heather, you're commenting, saying that they are lovely, reliable impalas. They are reliable impalas, It's not that they are actually my favorite only, but they are naturally. They are reliable. And they are the animal that they always make sure there is no problem around themselves. And the ones that don't trust, they get away immediately for their own safe. Part of that, when in a group, there's a chance of survive. It's not that they don't get killed. They're still getting killed in a group. But I think they hunt or be killed it's a low number that is actually always killed in a group of impalas. But those are single. They find themselves easy target. The only reason is that they have to eat. If that animal's alone, has to chew. That's the only thing, the way it maybe disturb their hearing when they chew, their card or when they feed. And nobody help them look around. So in a group's chance, they may survive a little bit. Look at this little bit of playing here, these youngsters, young males. So Christy asking, would the impala see as much as like in a day at night? So there's a difference. So most of the animal that they see at night, it's another difference. The color of the vision they actually pick up at night, sort of like slightly infrared, maybe slightly. Then they're hardly actually to make any difference in color. There is no color they can see. But in a day, they can just see as us. Same to predators such as lions, also leopards. They can still see during the day as we do. But at night, then it's different. Another night, different vision is taking place at night. So they don't see the same. There's a difference between the night and the day. But cool about these antelope is so that many of them, this time of year, they are heavily carrying pregnancy. They are actually would drop their baby somewhere around November or before November, if actually depending on the rain. So out in this area, all low field, impala, if the rain begin quite early, so begin November, mid-November, a lot of them, they do drop their baby then. Some, they can still drop their baby by December. End of December, they but also they're capable of they can hold their baby back if there is a delay of a rain. The only reason they do that is because they rely on nutritious such as the green shoots. When that is available, and of course the young one may gain a lot of milk from their mother. But now how can they deliver the baby in the dry season? Well, then the baby won't get any nutritious such as a milk available from their mother. And they're the only antelope that I know of can do that. Maybe there's other animal that I'm not sure. And then when I hold that pregnancy back, it's got to be for a couple of weeks. And then if it's not rain, and they will start to drop their baby. Some baby may make it. Some will not, probably because of if it's not much plants, grasses that is available for their mother. And then they won't gonna get enough milk from their mother, these young ones. So you guys, well, you're asking would impala migrate to another different country, Africa. So I never experienced impalas migration really. Impalas out here, they stick around all year round. And when they change place, more especially, they got it dominated by males, a whole harem of females. And then they have a dominant male that with them. So they don't actually change very much spot. They would roam around in the area of operational, so in the area where they move around. That also, even they go drink at the watering hole where now all different group of 6, maybe 3, may end up drinking at the same watering hole. Then he will make sure that male, his group, it's well collected back to the area where he wants. So each one at the end of the day has its own group separated away from the mixture. So they don't actually really migrate. If that happened, it would be probably they switching place to another for grazing, also drinking. So in the meantime, everybody, I'm going to search down to the watering hole, Gary Dam, and let's take everybody across to Cape Town, a beautiful countries that side.
Beautiful indeed. Isn't it wonderful that we can find these little kind of paths through all of the fynbos that lead us out to the most magnificent views you will ever see. Me, myself, you know, I only came to Cape Town as an adult. And my whole life I spent it in KZN or in Johannesburg, up in the Sabi Sands with you guys. And my goodness, what beauty I've been missing out on. We're gonna watch the sun set for a little while in a bit of silence, because it is truly something, especially to watch the sunset over the ocean like that. There's tons of other things around, but for now, let's focus on a bit of relaxation, as I have been doing in Cape Town. Now I know that everybody in the low felts, and I suppose Phinda if they're out, I'm not sure if they are, but everyone has switched to IR already. That's because for them it's become very dark, but we're lucky here with late sunsets and of course some marine creatures. Like here we have on these rocks some cormorants, Cape cormorants. They've all come through now. Oh, this is a beautiful time. Sun is setting and these cormorants are flying through, landing on the tops of these rocks where they'll spend the night. After spending a lot of time out at sea, hunting, they'll now come to these rocks to roost. I wonder if our seal friend, all the way we had, we're going to call him our friend, him or her, whatever sex it is. It's a beautiful pinniped. It's a Cape fur seal that was at the end on one of those rocks called Strawberry Rocks. They'll also be turning in for the night. They'll be kind of just collecting on the rocks, because remember that seals are mammals, which means that they need to breathe air. So when they're sleeping, they come up and they settle on the rocks here, where they can be nice and warm. You kind of see them like puppies, you know, on top of each other, which is very sweet. They kind of are, I guess, the puppies of the ocean. Often when people free dive and scuba dive down here, you'll get, you know, seals coming and tapping them on the shoulder. I mean, not tapping them, but kind of nuzzling them. It's very, very fun. Here we have the sun now escaping. Oh, some of the waves bashing up against these rocks, also creating a beautiful effect. Ah, there it goes. Stunning. Well, the sun has now escaped, and we will also start to darken. But with this light, and I'm sure maybe a little bit more, I was very happy to show you all Cape Town. And then I did hear Gwen's voice again. Not sure where you're going, or if you're going anywhere at all, but at least I know you're going away from me.
So we have left these impalas, came to the dam, Gary Dam. Now we're actually using the light, the spotlight, searching for our leopard, maybe, to see if maybe we get luck. Just not to show somewhere there where I'm shining. I'm not sure what is it there, and I saw a little bit of movement, but I can't tell what is it. Maybe Dave, I don't know what it is, so not sure. So movement. That little duck there, but very difficult to actually tell what is it. So yeah, I'm gonna roll forward. If there's anything, I'll probably show up. I've seen some eyes, and we are looking for leopard. Makes me to search even more. So looks like maybe there's nothing, but we're gonna continue search.
We have gotten a little bit closer now to these rocks with the cormorants on it. You can see that they're not really asleep just yet. They're just kind of socializing. They often find them in flocks, and this kind of, especially birds that roost together, there's a whole lot of socializing that happens before everyone actually falls asleep, which is the purpose of being together. Much like herds that you get up in the Sabi sands, or well, any bush environment, it offers more protection as well. These cormorants. Now, we had a couple of awesome comments. One was from Edward. Edward said, "Marvelous. It's like a painting." And then we had, I think it was Judy. Judy said, "What a wonderful surprise. Thanks for bringing us Cape Town." Our absolute pleasure. I am so happy to be here. It is the perfect mix of mountains and hiking and the ocean and rocky bits and sandy bits, and it's just amazing. And there's so much more Cape Town has to offer. I hope I don't get wet. Like I said to you, the tide is going to get very, very high today, and that's because it's spring tide. So there's two types of tides in a year that you will get, a neap tide and a spring tide, which is kind of the most extreme types of tides. So there's the normal, everyday, low tide, high tide, but when it's spring tide and neap tide, those are extreme times when the moon's force of pulling the water, or pushing the water, is at its highest. Yep. Wish I could get my toes wet. Well, actually, no. Jean-Luc's like, go on, get your toes wet. It's lovely to hear the sound of the ocean as well. And can I also say that it's a great, for me personally, it's so wonderful to be able to talk about the ocean, because I've worked a lot with the ocean, and I've always have a love for the Lowveld. I have a love for the ocean, love for all nature, but it's really nice to have the opportunity to talk about things like this too. It's a lot of, I don't know, it's just a great opportunity to learn. And that's fantastic because it means I'll get to learn with you guys. You might see a couple kelp gulls in there as well, in and amongst these cormorants, taking a night away from scavenging and just relaxing this evening, I think.
Here on WildEarth, we've been fortunate enough to watch our lion kings and queens grow up in front of our eyes. They've all become near and dear to our hearts. We cannot help but feel for them in their moments of struggle and celebrate with them in their moments of victory. We've been enthralled joining in on the hunt. We've spent countless hours watching them cuddle and snooze in the hot African sun. WildEarth celebrates our tawny champions on this important day, acknowledging the importance of lions worldwide. We cannot wait to see how their stories play out and what the future holds for the upcoming generations.
It's day one of the annual South African Guide of the Year competition, and our first foot into this competition this morning is all about tracks and signs.
We're going to call you in one at a time. Just look at it, the information will be there.
Our 5 guides have been tasked by the judges at figuring out who is what is who, and where they go in the bush.
It's either Franklin or guinea fowl, but because of the volume of other deposits in the area, we went with guinea fowl.
Detailing the surrounding that you need to look out for tracks. The details is very important.
Goodness, look at its wobbly legs. Oh, I don't believe it. I can't believe we've actually seen it. Oh my goodness. Oh, careful, careful, careful. Oh no. Oh, it's okay, little one. Okay.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Did you realize, everyone? When my director said surprise, I wasn't sure. Has Andrew got a leopard? Or is it finally the announcement of the Cape Town feed with our beautiful Tswalu? Imagine if it was a leopard with Andrew and I ruined the surprise. But we got there. I miss Tswalu, but I'm terribly happy that she's happy. Gwyn, please do tell Tswalu to give my love to the ocean. And my love to her, but not Jandre. No love for Jandre. No, I'm only kidding. Jandre and I go way back. We did dive live together. I can almost taste the saltiness of the ocean. I'm so far from it. But we are with Impala. And it's been a really fantastic drive. The announcement's finally out. I know people have been wondering where Tswalu was. Well, now you know. And Marib's, Kuchava. I haven't seen Kuchava in a long time. Sadly, it wasn't her babies. But that's okay. I'm going to work on visiting Sabui in the next few days. The leopard drought is over. And it's not that it's all about the leopards. It's really not. I'm desperate to see my hyenas. And I noticed Michael Fleetwood on Facebook wrote a really beautiful post about we don't get to see the hyenas anymore, so why don't we just reminisce and let's discuss all the favourite sightings that we've had with them. So I think tomorrow, that's going to be our theme. Today was very much females. And you got 2 females on this drive to celebrate Women's Day in South Africa. The beautiful Tswalu and myself. And tomorrow, I think we're going to reminisce. I'm going to get you to give me your favourite sightings that you have had with the Djuma clan. Even if it was before my time, that's okay. That's going to be tomorrow's theme. And maybe all of that energy, thinking about the Djuma clan, will bring the Djuma clan to me. Yeah, I miss them terribly. But anyway, it's literally not all about the leopards out here, but because we know them individually, we've got to try and catch up with them, catch up with their movements. If you haven't seen a leopard in a few weeks, where are they? Is she pregnant? Is she denning? Is he mating? You've got to try and catch up with all your individuals. So, to summarise, it was really nice to catch up with Kuchava. She's looking well. I think she's still suckling, but it was very difficult to tell. Remember, we're working with real lack of light at that point. And naturally, she went into Chitwa Lodge. But they're going to charge her, they said. She must pay. I'd love to stay at Chitwa one day. It really is my favourite property. I didn't get that name, but you're saying that Djuma clan would be a great surprise. Yes, I know. That's why I was scared to say surprise. Maybe Andrew had found the entire Djuma clan. But he didn't. But the surprise was even better when it's Tswalu. She's also actually part of the Djuma clan, as well as I am. We both got accepted by Ribbon. She didn't accept the boys, though. And I must tell you something. Maybe, BK, you can put the camera over this way. I'll put that light back on for you. Look at this, everyone. Do you notice anything? Thank you, BK. No jacket. I've got shorts on too. Can you believe it? BK, however, he put his jacket on. We were having a bet with each other. But it's beautiful and warm, and that's exactly why these impala are relaxed. It's not windy, it's not cold. It really has been almost like a summer's day. Almost, without the humidity and the insects flying into your face and your nostrils. But it was extraordinarily hot, and it's still hot. It's really amazing. I mean, normally the past few weeks we've been putting on our jacket by the first layer normally goes on about 5, if not earlier. It's really warming up. Sometimes if you just sit on quarantine, you really can hear all the sounds of the night. The night jars, they've got such a lovely call. I think I might be able to play it for you. Fern, you're saying what a lovely leopard day. You are so welcome. We do try, it's just really... Sometimes you get lucky, sometimes your efforts pay off, and sometimes the bush will just give you what you need when you need it. Okay, I'm gonna let you hear the call of a fiery-necked. Isn't that beautiful? It's a fiery-necked nightjar. It's such a lovely call, and those are the sounds you can hear at night. Sometimes the owls, the Scops owl, the pearl spotted can call during the day too, but you can't hear it at night. It's quite peaceful at night when you just turn your engine off, especially since it's been such a busy drive. And now the secret's out. Isn't it wonderful that we will be able to come to you from the beach, or the beaches at least, of Cape Town. That's really quite something. And it just shows you the diversity. And it's really important. All the ecosystems are connected. It's just not immediately obvious. So even if we damage our oceans, completely pollute the oceans, overfish, just completely destroy as we are doing, that will have a knock-on effect on the Lowveld. Absolutely. Don't think it won't. Once our coral reefs die and our fishes die, it will have a knock-on effect. It's just not immediately obvious. So at the end of the day, across South Africa, all the ecosystems, habitats, food webs are all interconnected. Imagine a juggler juggling 2 balls. And then the juggler starts to juggle 6 balls. It becomes a little bit more difficult to watch. Then 10 jugglers all start to juggle 10 balls each. You can't keep your eye on each ball. It just becomes a mess. But they're still juggling and they're still going. That is the essence of nature. Habitats, ecosystems, species and food webs. Very interconnected. So on that note, thank you everyone for jumping on board. It's been an absolute pleasure to have you as always, and we shall see you tomorrow. Until then, good night.